ahead and introduce. Mm,
Morning, everyone.
There we
Oh,
go.
happy 4th. Happy
Yeah,
birthday,
happy 4th of July.
America.
Yeah, sorry for the
Distastefully
delay.
over the top t-shirts and too many American flags. Yay, America.
Proud American right there. Um,
Yeah, well, hey, I am a patriot.
did you see
I
my
will not
comb?
apologize for that. Hey,
Oh, I know. I know. Do you
it
have the
feels
brush?
nice, doesn't it? Right? It's soothing.
We're making Andrea comb her face now.
Well, no, it's you see the wide tooth side of it and
The
stuff.
wise
It
one
kind of,
better.
yeah.
Yeah, I can use this one.
You should get one. No, with the rounded off.
Andrea, you should stop before you grow hair.
Well,
Do you like?
I don't think that'll stimulate hair follicles on the female face,
Uh,
but
It was just a joke.
it's kind of it feels nice. It's hard to stop when I'm thinking. It's
Yeah,
just like, oh.
that's what I was telling Andrea. It
I mean,
You
feels
don't think
good.
I would look good with a beard?
Uh, it was something,
I think you should stick to what you're at.
I always thought it was a trope, like a movie trope, that the old man with the beard, when he's thinking, he strokes it and stuff. But then once I got
No,
like grew the beard out, I'm like, oh my gosh, I can't stop, whether I'm thinking or not. I just can't. Yeah.
Yeah, I could
So
be
unless
watching
my
TV.
hands
I'm
are
gonna
doing something else, I'm like touching my beard.
I'm
Eh,
gonna get one
Yeah.
too so that I can keep up with you guys.
get the like the loop over the Santa
I'm
Claus
gonna
type beard, and then start combing that.
I'm gonna go to Amazon and order again for you.
I might get one this afternoon, actually.
Oh my goodness. You don't need a face comb. You're perfect how you are. Don't buy that. Don't waste your
But it
money.
but it feels so good.
It
It
does.
You
does.
guys tell me all the time.
It
It,
does.
yeah,
It
it
does feel
does.
good. Um, but like I said, I've been watching TV and then I like how long I've been combing. Notice stuff like that. Or forget I'm combing because it just yeah,
Yeah,
you just
yeah.
forget
I
it's
mean,
happening.
it's just,
It's soothing.
yeah.
Mm, that's a hell of a Fourth of July to start with. Face
I,
combing for
yeah.
everyone out there.
I kind of assumed it was like an autistic stimming thing, but I guess maybe I'm kind of a little bit more normal in some ways than I thought I was.
Um,
Aha.
It's all right. We
Or
love you
maybe
anyway.
maybe Pookie, you're just autistic and stimming.
someone said that once upon a time, but I never went and got checked up on it. That was about 10 years ago. But anyhow,
Wow.
um,
I was just joking, but okay.
uh,
Sorry. I didn't mean to touch on something real, you know. Um,
yeah, hey, did you guys know, fun fact, that even when you read, your tongue moves? It's like sounding out a word, even if you're quiet. It's called subvocalization.
okay, the name makes sense. I don't know if I'll need to pay attention. Of course, then paying attention to it will change the behavior, right? I'll
Yeah,
like
I
stop
tried to.
moving it because I'm paying, like thinking about it. Uh, I
I
don't
tried
know.
to. I couldn't change it. Once I noticed that it happens, I was like, I'll try to do without. Then like lightly feel it, then try to stop it. Then I'm no longer paying attention to anything else because I'm trying to stop that. So
And you can't read when you're doing that? Can't pay
no,
attention to
not
the
without
reading?
paying attention to it. I couldn't pay attention to the reading. So
Well,
I
uh,
just gave up on it and I was like, hey, I guess they're right. Why
hmm.
should I keep trying to read? Anyhow, Yeah. Good morning, everyone out there. Go get you a face comb. Uh,
Mm,
it's the best thing I got this week. And last week I said I'll start growing out my hair, and in a week, so much has grown. Uh,
yeah, I'm kind of jealous. It looks like you're gonna have like a nice big manly. My mustache doesn't even connect. I have nothing on my cheeks. I gotta grow some length in order to seem like I've got something.
you gotta trim it a little bit. Even if you don't have hair there, just cut it, and then eventually something will grow there. Because
Really?
I used to didn't have stuff right here, and I just let it grow. And then I slightly comb that little bit every now and then. And eventually it grew more and bigger bushes.
Are
And
you
I was like,
sure it's
okay,
just not where you're naturally growing and it just grows a little slower there?
this didn't start until I was 33. So
Okay.
Andrea's
Hey,
combing her hair.
nice.
Um, we all got a comb.
I'm feeling left out.
Uh, yeah. I got something here though. Yeah, it's a person says California influencer flees to Mexico as Lego scandal widens.
Oh,
In, qu- in quote, we want
oh,
the harassment
Lego
to stop.
scandal? Wait, hold
Yes.
on. Is this
What's the
the minifigs and bricks Lego thing that the guy?
Yes.
Oh my
EAM.
gosh, have you seen any of that? Are you? No.
I have
No, I
no idea what you're
haven't.
talking about.
Oh my God. There are YouTube videos. There's this social media influencer who went and there was a guy whose dad had passed away, I think, and had left him or had left when he passed away, he had left the world's largest Star Wars Lego collection on consignment with this company, and his son wanted to get the Legos returned after his dad died because, and the company is like just flat out stealing them, saying like, no, we're not giving them back. We're not, um, uh, our consignment deal was not with you. And, yeah, but
Uh,
the way the guy was going about, oh, yeah.
I read the
He
article.
went about it in like typical YouTube influencer style, making videos about all of his little escapades to try to help get the guy's Legos back and stuff. He like made it this little peace treaty thing that he tried to go and get them signed to get them to trespass him to kick him out in order to this was this whole convoluted thing. He kept harassing the company, and then the company started like legally harassing him in a major way. I don't know, but yeah, I'm out of the loop for a couple months now, I think. I did not know that he was, well, I don't know. I guess I should have just listened to the story. But oh, the videos of the guy when he first started trying to get the Legos back from that company is just oh, YouTube gold. I hope that they kept it up. I hope that it's not been taken down from legal action by these assholes, thieving assholes with
Your
money to
interest
pay
makes me
lawyers.
want,
They've
your
got enough
interest
money.
wants me to make you want to read it. You want to read that article since
You want me to read
I'm
it?
not gonna I'm not gonna say you seem more interested than me, but you seem interested.
I'm probably more interested than you.
Well, I sent
Assuming
it
that
to
this
you.
is the same, if it's another YouTube influencer fleeing to Mexico because yeah, oh yeah, that's the guy. Oh my God. Oh, his videos were hilarious. I hope that they haven't been taken
Oh,
down. Okay. Yeah, I'll read
You know
this
the
one.
hair? You remember the
I
hair?
The hair. Yeah, as soon as I see the hair, I know it's him.
It's
Yeah,
the hair?
he is
Okay.
hilarious. And oh my God.
That hair
Mm,
is definitely
I need to find,
recognizable.
yeah, Reckless Ben. I want to hold on. I want to make a note. I want to look up Reckless Ben on YouTube.
I did not
Oh,
know you would
yeah,
be
I
this
by the time I
interested.
just REC in YouTube search, the first recommendation is Reckless Ben. He's been getting that much attention. Um,
Uh,
yeah, and as soon as you finish typing his name, Lego is the first recommendation. Um, yeah,
Shout out to everybody out there watching. Shout out
bricks and
to the
minifigs.
audience.
Just agreed to pay Reckless Ben. Hold on, one day ago, there's a video from his YouTube page saying they just agreed to pay, and it's got a picture of the asshole dude with. They both got kind of reddish hair, which is kind of weird. But the asshole dude has the weird mustache,
For now, let's get
but
the
like
article,
very
man.
poorly done. Very poor. It's like one side kind of points down and the other side flips up. And he's got the little soul patch down there, but everything else is shaved. It looks like
Um,
a,
let's read the article, Mark. Let's
a
get to it.
CP fan. Yes. Okay. Um, pow. California influencer flees to Mexico as Lego scandal widens. We want the harassment to stop. Da, da, da. YouTuber at the center of a bizarre battle over a missing $200,000 Star Wars Lego collection says he has now fled to Mexico after mounting legal fight spiraled into criminal charges, turning a local business dispute into a viral internet spectacle. The drama began after Benjamin Paul Schneider, known as YouTuber Reckless Ben. Okay, well, if he's going under a pseudonym on YouTube, why are you giving his full name? I guess he's
Yeah.
involved in legal proceedings, so people could probably find it there. But yes, Reckless Ben accused bricks and minifigs, in parentheses, they're going to call it BAM. Um, One of the nation's largest Lego resale chains. Oh wait, yeah. Accused Bricks and Minifigs, one of the largest Lego resale chains, of improperly taking possession of the massive collection, sparking a firestorm of online outrage and scrutiny aimed at the company. The controversy has thoroughly outgrown the original dispute, with BAM stores across the country reporting threats and harassment. Yeah, well, I mean, that makes sense because if I remember correctly, it's a franchise location, right? So there's the bricks and minifig stores, and largest resale chains, right? Chains. So they've got um all of these other business owners who are operating bricks and minifig stores but aren't part of the bricks and minifigs thing. So there's going to be a lot of other stores around the country that are getting backlash from this publicity of this one asshole franchise runner. So they're getting fallout over stuff that they never did. I can see why there's legal proceedings there on their part. He's going about making an online spectacle of the one guy, but I don't know how well he really went about trying to like isolate that it's this one, it's not all of them. But either way, people are going to go and say it's all of them, and or go to one, they'll see one and they'll say, oh, and just do stuff. But Reporting threats and harassment. One of those locations, Bam Pocket, Sacramento, announced it would temporarily close for a week starting Saturday after employees and family members were targeted. That's thoroughly uncool. Not cool, guys. Quote, this is not about the controversy itself. People are entitled to their opinions, but our Sacramento store was not involved in that situation. We are a local family business, and the harassment being directed at our employees and family is taking a real toll. The area's general manager told CBS Sacramento, quote, we want the harassment to stop, he also said in a separate interview. The saga dates back to 2023 when Brian Mansell and his father allegedly entered into a consignment agreement with a BAM store in Kaiser, Oregon. Oregon? Oregon? Oregon.
His own tomato,
Um,
tomato.
I don't know. I think Oregonians, Oregonians sounds weird. Oregonians, Oregon. That's
Mm.
not right. Oregon. I'm
Floridians is
spending way too
easier.
much time on this. Um, but in late 2024, Bricks and Minifigs corporate abruptly terminated the franchise owner's agreement and installed new management, according to the claims. Yeah, okay, that. So the store franchise owner had the agreement with the actual owner of the collection, but then corporate came and pulled the rug out from under the franchisee and said, no, we're going to take possession of this location. And so then it would be corporate. I don't know what they mean by installed new management. If they continue to run the location as a franchise and just gave it to a new franchise owner, or if corporate itself was taking possession and running that location, and they just have a general manager that they put in charge of the location, right? Am I
Might tell us.
am I off base in that confusion? Does that seem like it could be either one, or am I
They might
thinking
tell us
too
in the
hard?
article. You never know.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I should. Installed new management according to the claims. Whoa, 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 whoa. What is my mouse doing? Stop. Oh, I can't stop. It won't stop scrolling down. What the hell is
But
happening?
sorry for the delay, everybody. Press that thumbs up if you got a moment. Then press
Yes.
subscribe and the little bell that lets you know we're going live. Uh, all that really helps. Uh, yeah. You want me to send you the article again? Uh, or are you
Um,
gonna you're scrolling under control?
I don't know. I don't know what happened. It just started going down and loading all kinds of um new
Anybody's thinking I
content down
planned
at
for
the
Mark
bottom.
to do this
Okay,
article?
when the new owners, okay, there we
Wasn't
go.
like
New
that.
owners. So yeah, they pulled the rug out from under the original owner of the franchise location who signed that agreement, and they installed new owners. They said, okay, you run this location. And the new owners, yeah, when the new owners allegedly said they had no knowledge of the arrangement, Reckless Ben launched a series of viral documentary style videos investigating what happened to the collection. You guys really need to watch those videos. They are hilarious. He is a master of storytelling. Seriously, some of the best YouTube. documentary style investigation stuff, anything I have ever seen. It is so entertaining, and like genuinely serious at the same time. Like it's a real problem. It's a real issue. It's not just going and causing problems. Um, but he is going and causing problems.
Gonna say that kind of sounds like he
Yeah,
is.
he is. Yeah, causing problems for a guy who's been a giga asshole to a guy who is mourning his father's passing and trying to get his property back from said giga asshole. Perhaps even Terra asshole. Oh, that sounds nasty. Terra asshole. Uh,
Over here sub vocalizing this article, you know.
um, the YouTuber confronted store owners, traveled to BAM's Utah headquarters, and staged protests outside the home of a company owner. He also published police body camera footage as part of his campaign against the company. Authorities in Utah allegedly released unredacted body camera footage, which critics claimed suggested police were attempting to pressure Ben into dropping his investigation. The fight escalated further when Ben was slapped with a gag order, civil lawsuits, and a search warrant. He says a subsequent no bail arrest warrant forced him to flee to Mexico. What the hell? A no bail arrest warrant for a guy making documentary footage about a store owner who is. I mean, this should have all just been taken care of in civil court, like just right away, right? Any normal person, any honest person, right, would have, honest business owner will say, oh, this guy is not that. Yeah. Yeah.
Um,
Okay, where was that? Flee to Mexico. In a June 1st video, Schneider released his own version of events. Oh, and they've got a link for that. Let's open that in the background. Claiming he has repeatedly requested body camera footage and has received death threats amid the controversy. Maybe, possibly, probably, maybe. I mean, knowing the internet, probably.
I'll take his word
But
for it.
almost certainly not from Reckless Ben. Right. You don't jail somebody for death threats made by somebody else. Ah, what the hell? No bail arrest warrant. What? That, I wonder, what do you have to do to get a no bail arrest warrant,
Talk
generally
about your stolen
speaking?
Legos.
Well, aside from, yeah, talk about stolen Legos, um,
Mm. Depends on how many Legos it is. You want me to finish the article?
no.
All right.
No bail.
You guys heard it first.
I just want to see kind of what the Google AI, a no bail warrant or no bond bench warrant typically issued when a person shows contempt for court proceedings, poses a severe flight risk, or is considered a danger to the community. Well, severe flight risk, if he fled to Mexico
It was a flight risk,
from the
definitely.
warrant, I guess that there was a reason to consider him as severe, a flight risk. But paying bail and being out on bond, or a warrant issued with a set bail that can be paid, is not something that would necessarily make a person flee in the same way that a no bail arrest warrant is, right? He's got a warrant that says we're going to hold you indefinitely. You're not going to have any way to escape it, right? What can he do? What is, they just want to lock him up. Get him to stop by just keeping him in a jail cell without any possibility of getting out during normal due process, like any normal situation, any other normal situation would, right? He's not a danger to the community. Has he shown contempt for court proceedings up to this point? I don't know. Maybe.
That I heard
I
of
mean,
so
he's a
far.
YouTube influencer and they show contempt for court proceedings all the time. So maybe. I don't know. But here is what generally causes a judge to issue no bail warrants as of 2026: failure to appear, so skipping a court date, violating probation or parole, violating restraining orders, violating pretrial release conditions, high risk of flight, serious or violent charges, danger to the community, 1275 hold in California. So in some cases, the court holds a defendant without bail to ensure money for bail is not coming from illegal sources. What? There's no reason to think a YouTuber is getting bail money from illegal sources. That assumption would be baseless. He's not a danger to the community. He wasn't violent. High risk of flight, maybe, but
Yeah, he's gone. So
the
he's
threat
gone
of
now.
the threat of no bail detention is something is a different issue than the threat of arrest with bail and out on bail, right? If there's a set amount that he can pay and get out until court proceedings are finished, then that's one thing, right? If you can make that bail and go on about your business while due process is executed, then there is much less reason for flight, you know. Um, I would I would put forth that the only reason he became a flight risk was because they without um without due cause uh deemed him a high flight risk. The threat of holding him in a jail cell through the entire due process trial proceedings is a very different threat than giving him a set bond. So one is definitely a reason to want to get away from the thing. The other is a normal, reasonable thing that would be done for mm, anybody else, basically, right? This seems like
He
he's
has
getting
he has
um,
the means to fly away and possibly go get an apartment over there. So I
well,
see what.
that's why you set an exorbitantly high bail, right? If he's
Yeah,
a YouTube millionaire, whatever, you set a bail that's like what, 10 million or something. If whatever his net worth is,
I
you
am.
set a bail that is proportional to that to ensure that he will not flee, because doing so would leave him destitute by forfeiting his YouTube fortune.
Well, if he has auto pay. then he has direct deposit. I mean, direct deposit. He's getting paid.
I mean, yeah, but people people who have done much, much worse have been let out with bond before, with, a high bond, but reasonable, celebrities, mainstream celebrities, but an internet celebrity gets treated a little bit differently. Um, I don't know. I don't think that the general criteria for a no bond warrant was met in this instance, but whatever. Okay, so no, 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 no. Here, where were we? In a June 1st video, Schneider released his own version of events, claiming he has repeatedly requested body camera footage and has received death threats amid the controversy. Quote, some of the best lawyers in the United States are reaching out to me right now. So eventually this is going to get released. Wouldn't you just like to get this over with sooner rather than dragging? Wouldn't you like to get this over with sooner rather than dragging this out? Schneider said they should have put a comma there. Meanwhile, the YouTuber has raised more than 489,000 through a GoFundMe campaign to help the Menzel family recover the Lego collection and cover mounting legal expenses. How how much of an indication of the guy's character is it that he set up a GoFundMe on behalf not of himself and his own legal expenses, but of the family and their legal expenses to recover their property of their dead dad, right?
Like, if I'm gonna go to jail, they'll get something.
Yeah, yeah. I'll flee to Mexico while this all plays out, but we got to pay for them. They're still stuck in this legal battle. If we don't stick it out, they're just gonna lose by default. That's the way a lot of times the legal system works. They just the richer side pays for lawyers who drag it out and basically just exhaust one side's money and funds and ability to pay for all of this until they just have to throw up their hands and say, okay, well, we are bankrupt and destitute. We can't continue. We can't win. Or until they recognize we can't win before they're bankrupt and destitute. But either way, the legal system is not necessarily always fair. The scales of justice sometimes have a little bit of a finger on the scale. Um, so okay, that was the end of it too. Ha!
Yes, it
Download the
was.
California Post app. Don't. Um,
I
but
shall not.
yeah,
Mhm.
that guy, that guy is cool. Reckless Ben, go check out his. Oh, my response to the police 1 month ago. He's got this. He's sitting at this desk. He's got this roundel in front of him. It's the across the top. It says "We steal from old people," and it's got what the retirement police in the area, inheritance, and American Fork Police in Utah. Basically, all of the law enforcement agencies that should have been involved on behalf of the family that have instead been um, pressuring him on behalf of the owners of the business who can afford to pay for better lawyers, who can file charges that, result in bench warrants going out for arrests that are impossible to escape from in the borders of this country, at least. 17-minute
Yeah.
video. I really want to watch the video, but we've got other stuff to do. But I highly recommend everybody going and checking out Reckless Ben's channel and watching that YouTube saga as it unfolds. The whole thing is just golden the way he started it.
When you're interested in the article and you're smiling, it's
Yeah, it's
hilarious.
cool. I got
Uh,
arrested because of Legos. Just showing him sitting there, hands cuffed behind his back, body cam footage of
is
police
that
with ARs going in, clearing the house while
AI
he and
footage?
his friends are sitting with their handcuffed behind their back. Just what the hell?
Um,
Yeah. Lego case removed, more money stolen, bricks and mini. Yeah, here. How do you get his video? How do you get them sorted in a um chronological order?
what are you
Um,
sorting?
huh?
What are you sorting?
I went to Reckless Ben's YouTube channel and I'm trying to see his videos and look at the list of his videos in chronological order. Latest. Okay.
Uh,
My
you want to
final
get that
message.
information and come back to us because we got a whole lot of articles, and I'm ready when you are.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I figured it out. Oh, I got it. Reckless Ben's YouTube channel. I'll just figure it out later because we're building our own YouTube channel. So,
That's what we're doing.
on that note, yes, of course, that's what we're doing.
Just making
Um,
sure.
yeah, man. Yeah.
What's the goal here?
Help
All right.
people and have fun. Spread love. Yeah. And inform
Can
and
never do that correctly. The
and
heart never
yeah.
looks right for
Huh?
me. So the heart that I make, it never looks the same. Everyone's is always perfect. Mine, well, never mind, because my thumb is flat right now. So that definitely isn't gonna work.
Well, even
Uh,
even with the flat thumb, if you can, the key is in the top part here. You got to line the curve of the fingers up with the camera lens itself, and then the thumb wherever it is, whatever it does, So then you see, and you can kind of lower it, but
I got something for you and Andrea. Uh,
it's the top part that does it, and then if you can bend your thumbs back, but mm.
I'll figure that out later. Uh, I was gonna ask you guys. I got three articles here, and I want you guys to choose. We can talk about the doctor, the dean, or the judge. Um,
Oh, I thought it was going to be like something like the dentist or something. I thought that I saw a pattern emerging. The doctor, the
come
dean,
on,
the dentist.
doctor,
Wow.
the dean, and the warden. Actually, three
Warden.
articles. I was hoping you
Okay.
guys would name something by then.
Something
Go with
named
the
something by
warden.
that. You want
We'll
an
go to the
article from
warden.
me?
No, I have articles that we're going to say those are the topics, but I'll start with the warden. Uh, gotcha. Andrea said warden. So now we're on prison warden learns fate for fleeing with convicted murderer who listed her as his partner. A female prison warden has been locked up herself for having sex with a convicted murderer who listed that her as his, in quote, partner in his contacts and a smuggled phone. Re-
Oh my
Rebecca
gosh. How
Green,
dumb do you have to be?
Rebecca
Oh,
Green, 29 years old, started a fling with John Odegaide in October of 2022 at a maximum security HMP Whitmore in Cambridgeshire, England, which houses some of the UK's most violent criminals in Cambridge Constabulary, said Tuesday.
I don't
The warden
know.
initially denied the illicit fling with Odegaide, who was sentenced in 2012 to serve at least 25 years for murdering a London nightclub bouncer. Aw, one less bouncer. Anyhow, however, investigators then seized her phone and found messages confirming the relationship. They then found out Odegaide had been smuggled a phone on which Green was listed as his partner under an approved contacts list. Police said Green from Lincolnshire pleaded guilty to willful misconduct in a public office and was sentenced to 16 months in prison last Wednesday. This was a serious breach of Green's responsibilities, and she failed to consider her potential impact on the security and the safety of the staff and the prisoners, and how her actions undermined the work of the prison. Tony Adams, the detective constable who investigated the case, said, "This sentence shows how seriously police and courts take such breaches." That's all.
That's just stupid.
Yeah, he
Why
lost
would
a
she
good
do that?
job. Uh, why do people do anything is what I say. Yeah, why does she do that is a good question though. I don't know what he looked like. Maybe she thought he looked good or something. But he's been there for like 12 years. It said since 2000. Well, that's 14 years. So maybe he was just like running stuff in the prisoner part, and she liked that. I don't know. She's only 29, so she's for way younger than him. I'm assuming. Uh, unless, yeah, you never know. Um, Thoughts on that, Mark?
I mean, I don't know. They didn't give his age, did they?
Nope. Uh,
She's 29.
yeah. I mean, unless he was 18 and went
Okay,
in at
that's old
18, then
enough
he's
to know
30 now.
better, regardless of how old he is. That's old enough to know better. And any professional should be able to act like an adult first and foremost. Why are there female prison wardens over male prisoners? I don't, I mean,
Uh, I don't
That
think
I
they're
happens
picked
know
by the
that's
actually.
sex.
opening a gigantic can of worms, right? But
There's all kinds of male guards in female prisons.
Yeah,
Same
I
same
thing.
shit
mean,
happening.
you think? Is
Yeah.
that what you said? You
Oh,
think?
I
Or,
know. I've heard. Yeah. It's going on in women prisons. Women getting pregnant. Wardens going to jail. Then it just
well, not
restarts the
only that,
process.
there's trans women going to female only prisons and then female prisoners becoming pregnant.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you
Pre-transition trans women.
oh, I don't they're not I thought they don't do pre-transition. I thought they only do it once you've transitioned.
Not only, not exclusively. At least there's been cases, maybe they've changed it now, but that's probably why
Uh
it has
yeah.
happened.
Yeah,
I think
that would
the male guards with the female prisoners is probably a lot more common because I don't believe there's a whole lot of female prison guards out there. The ma- you know, But the majority of prison guards are male. So it would be very hard for
Well,
them to
okay,
staff a female prison with female guards.
male prison guards should be able to act like an adult
All
also. They
prison
should
guards
have the
should be able
same
to act like
standard.
an adult.
But a prison guard should be physically equipped to deal with whatever situations may arise in the execution of their duties. And when you are dealing with the big, bad, violent offenders that need to be locked up in prisons like that, I don't think that any female is really equipped to handle prison riots on their
Have
own.
you ever met a female prison guard?
I've met a few, I mean, a few, I've met one, and she was a badass, but I mean, even she admits that she was not equipped to step in every situation, and that is a problem.
Yeah,
I'm
I
sorry,
agree.
all
My
due respect to
ex-husband was a
her.
prison guard in a maximum security prison, but
Yeah, and I mean, all due respect to that female prison guard that I knew, but uh, I
I
don't
totally
know.
see what you're saying. The women versus the men, in a male prison,
I don't.
it's
Yeah, I
different
don't.
in that aspect with the men guards in a female prison because men are typically bigger and more powerful and stronger than women, but the way they handle stuff in a prison isn't usually one on one. They
Right,
go to roll somebody's cell, they're going in six deep.
right. But somebody's going to be first. Somebody will have to be first. And if you are there first and need to step back and let somebody else intervene before you do, that's a problem. You're not equipped to perform your job.
I see your point.
I mean, I'm
I'm I'm not
just,
sure if they actually do that. If that's the warden, I don't know if the warden actually is the one out there doing that.
I don't know. I don't think that you should hire a prison warden who hasn't first been a prison guard. If they don't know the system that they're running, the jobs that the people they're overseeing are doing, then they're not
Probably
equipped to oversee them. So, yeah, if she is a
they're
warden,
probably
if
on a
she was
walkie-talkie.
qualified to be a warden, then I
A
don't
male
know.
would do the same.
I'm maybe I'm just gonna be labeled sexist. That's fine. I don't care. Labeling like that is just meant to exclude people's opinions that you don't like. It's not an actual thing. Um, dislike the people on an individual basis. Don't silence them based on a label that you apply to them. So, yeah. Um,
Okay.
but that's a whole other issue.
It can be.
Yeah.
Uh,
Yes. I.
Isn't being sexist can like labeling a whole group of people without not being individually? I'm not
Yeah.
wording well
That's
today.
that's what I'm saying. I don't think that, you know, if whatever I'm saying is labeled as sexist by anybody listening to this, then I say that's just a meaningless label that's used to silence people whose views you don't necessarily agree with. And I think that bringing that to people's attention is important. There's a lot of labeling used to silence people or to discredit them offhand. And it's all over in, I mean, in every form of media. And it's dangerous. Um, so, yeah. Um,
um,
I,
um,
I don't know. There you go. Agree or not, that's my position. Uh,
yes, I agree that that is your position. Um, I have
Very politically appropriate answer.
very much so. Um, I got some other articles here. I got something about a doctor, or at least him say he is a doctor. It says Long Island con artist posed as a doctor in NYC and regularly saw patients in $100,000 fraud scheme. That's a good con artist. So you could play a doctor. You're good. Just gonna start with that. Um, a Long Island fraudster posed as a white coat wearing doctor and even doled out prescriptions at a Queens clinic while using her accomplices' medical credentials to to bilk Medicaid. State prosecutors announced Thursday. Francia Aguila, 53 years old, and Gifty Apia, 59 years old, of Staten Island were slapped with charges as part of an elaborate Medicaid fraud scheme, allegedly totaling over 100,000 that lasted more than 3 years, according to the state attorney general's office. Aguila of Farmington regularly saw patients at Steinway Medical in Astoria, even though she had no license to practice medicine. AG Letitia James' office said New Yorkers in need of medical care sought for treatment at Steinway Hope Medical, where they were taken advantage of or by a fake doctor as part of an elaborate Medicaid scheme, James said in a statement. She allegedly referred to herself as an end quote Dr. Fran and dressed in a white coat while examining unsuspecting patients as Appia, a licensed nurse practitioner, allegedly raked in $10,000 a month, even though she rarely showed up at the clinic. Instead, Aguila, as part owner of a bogus practice, used Appia or Appia identity and credentials to dole out prescription medications while performing steth- steth- stethoscope exams and changing out patients' eyes with a pen light, prosecutors alleged. Oh, checking out patients' eyes, I'm sorry. Practicing medicine without a license risks the lives of New Yorkers and undermines the integrity of our healthcare system, James added. Both fraudsters submitted phony claims to the state's Medicaid funded MCOs that documented that Appia's checked out patients with the bill total of 105,018 dollars between March of 2021 and November of 2024. The AG's office said, "My office will continue to root out fraud in the state's Medicaid program to protect New Yorkers by bringing unlicensed practitioners to justice." The Attorney General also said. Aguila and Steinway Hope Medical were each charged with a count of unauthorized practice of a profession, a count of first degree falsifying business records, and a count of unauthorized use of a professional title. Appia was hit with two counts of offering a first degree false instrument or filing. The two women could face up to 4 years behind bars on the top count. An email to Steinway Hope Medical was not immediately returned. Yeah, so now you got to ask your neurologist and docs, how long you been working here? Where'd you go to school at for this? That's insane. When I read it, I thought,
How
yeah,
long does it say
um,
she got away with it?
from 2021 to 2024.
That's a
So,
long
well,
time.
it's $100,000 over 3 years. That's
$10,000 a month and said
ten
that's how
thousand
much it,
dollars a month.
yeah.
Does not add up to $100,000 over 3 years that they said. I was
Um,
gonna say that's like what 30,000, 30 something thousand dollars a year. That's not a very good doctor.
It
Not a very
said,
good doctor scam. You could do a lot better if you were.
"Oh, the one that didn't play the doctor was the other one.
Oh,
Allegedly raked in $10,000 each month, though she rarely showed up at the clinic." So
oh, hey, that's the way to do it. Don't
yeah,
show
and you're
up
not
and
at
just,
work, so working from home.
hell yeah, just
uh,
collect the income.
yeah. What if you found out your neurologist was just not supposed to be working there? Just one day they were like, he doesn't work here anymore. He wasn't supposed to be here.
I'd be upset for sure.
Yeah, I'm glad that I have extremely high degree of confidence that my neurologist team, well, actually, I should say my epileptology team to be precise, because yeah, um, they're kick ass. They're pretty dang professional. Um, yeah,
Hmm.
you can't be associated with a tier one um, level research university's teaching hospital without being at least competent, right? Qualified.
I've definitely noticed the difference since I changed doctors to the what's it, level 4 epilepsy center from a level 3. I've
Yeah,
noticed a difference tremendously.
What
yeah,
differences in particular?
Much more thorough and wanting to get to the problem, like trying to figure stuff out. Whereas the previous doctor just kept throwing more meds at me.
yeah. Well, I
Yeah.
mean, the difference between the tier level three and level four is like the level four has everything in-house, kind of all. They are equipped to investigate everything, whereas tier three, I mean, they've got a lot, but they can't do it all just in the
They could
roof
have
with
done
the.
everything that's happened with me. I
Oh,
guarantee you that.
oh, okay, well,
Because I mean, all the new doctors doing is like they did the more MRIs, lumbar puncture. They're just looking for a lot more stuff. Whereas the other guy was like, "Oh, you're still having seizures. Here's another prescription." He wasn't even running tests or anything. And this other team is just like, "Let's do this test. Let's do this test. Let's do this test." So they just seem like they really want to get to the bottom of the problem,
yeah.
or at least, get an idea.
Okay, here, I just did a little quick lookup. Level three, level four, both treat complex epilepsy. Level four centers offer highest tier of care. In case the name wasn't an indicator, right? Including, here's the thing, invasive intracranial EEG monitoring and advanced surgical techniques. Level three centers focus on basic surgery and monitoring, whereas level four centers serve as regional slash national hubs for drug-resistant cases. So the main
Yeah.
operational and clinical differences include the diagnostic capabilities. So both provide long-term video EEG monitoring, but level 4 centers have expertise and facilities to perform complex intracranial EEG. So the SEEG,
Hmm.
drill in and put the electrodes and get the whole like exact positions of a lot of the real
Yeah, I don't think the
disease.
level 3 would did surgery, but when
Yeah.
they
Well, it
everything
says they
wasn't
do.
working, they referred me to the teaching hospital with
Yeah.
the medical school attached to it. So,
It says level 3 generally performs straightforward surgeries like a VNS implant, which makes sense. I mean, when I had mine done, it wasn't done in-house in the level 4 epilepsy center. They referred me. There's a third party company that makes the implants that coordinates with them, and they Um, they come in and they help coordinate with a surgeon in the hospital, and we scheduled it at a hospital there. Um, and the third party company, the implant makers themselves, um, were there even into the um, OR. They were there with me. Um, so yeah, that's not something that the epilepsy center needed to do or was involved with. So even if they weren't level four themselves, they still could have done that. So I can see how that makes sense. And I mean, it's so straightforward. It's like a little cut. You can see right there.
Hmm.
Yeah. This is,
Well,
by the way, this is extra large t-shirt. It was an extra my mom got, and it feels like a ton. I wear small, and this is like, yeah, makes it real easy to show. But you can
I
see,
was gonna say
right?
the neck looks a lot bigger.
You can see the VNS there, and you can see the wire, the shadow of the wire going up. It goes right up in a loop, and then up to here. So there was a cut here and a cut here, and just boop and up under the skin and up there. And yeah, easy peasy. And then a couple weeks of healing of the incisions. Just a few stitches, self-dissolving stitches, and they put the glue over the top. So, I mean, yeah, VNS is very straightforward. Um,
The other
so
thing I noticed is it seems like at the level four, I have like a whole team of doctors. I have like my main doctor, but she works with a whole team rather than just the one single epileptologist that I dealt with.
yeah, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and it also says that level four centers offer broader, more complex range of surgical interventions, including the temporal and extratemporal resections, laser ablation, neuromodulation devices like the RNS. So yeah, level three might not even be able to um, get you an RNS. They may have to refer you to a better specialist. So yeah, level four centers are typically larger multidisciplinary teams. Exactly like you
Hmm.
said. Yeah.
Well, it's like when I
Usually
went to the
feature.
hospital for my EMU stay back in February. I never even talked to or saw my regular doctor. It was other doctors that came
Yeah.
in that were just part of the team.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, perfect. Next sentence right here says they usually feature multiple full-time dedicated epileptologists, neurosurgeons, and full-time neuropsychologists. Level three centers may have part-time personnel in these roles. But yeah, so yeah, a whole team of nice referral guidelines, generally
Um,
recommending elevating care to a level three or level four center if seizures have not stopped after 12 months of general neurology care. Level four is specifically recommended for patients who require invasive evaluations or advanced surgical evaluations. So I guess I kind of lucked out that the nearest epileptologist um, practice group, I don't know, establishment happens to be a level four, you know.
Yeah, I
Um,
got to drive like 3 hours.
yeah, yeah.
oh
I
wow.
mean, you gotta if you luck out if you happen to live in an large city or anywhere near a large university with a medical program. So yeah, there's a
uh,
lot of people who do have that though, who are happen to be close or are happen to, yeah, do happen to are close to epilepsy level 4 place.
What she said. I mean, what he said. Oh my. Uh,
Did you just assume my gender?
no, I didn't. I just assumed you told me the truth the first time. So, I got something here. It says Stanford student who had lesbian affair with her dean reveals dramatic tell-all. And just in case you're thinking, I did not do this because of the lesbian. I didn't get the article because of the lesbian thing. Uh,
Sure you did.
yeah. Anyhow, it was the number 3 article this week. Yeah, I got it because Stanford is near me, and that's the hospital I go to. So that's the reason I.
Maybe it would be better if it was like phrased like Stanford student engaged in affair with dean that engaged in, yeah, Stanford student and dean engaged in what happens to be a lesbian affair or something. Make the lesbian part not mentioned before, other important
I,
bits.
I'm
I
gonna
don't
read as
know.
is.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh,
It'll be
you'll get it as it says. I'm just reading. Don't kill the messenger.
press thumbs up.
Yeah, press that thumbs up button. But it says Stanford student who had a lesbian affair with her dean reveals dramatic tell-all. I wonder if she wrote a book. Anyhow, a
That's what
former.
tell all usually seems to mean in my mind. That's what it brings up. So
That's what I was wondering. I'll get there. A former Stanford University student exposed her secret lesbian affair with a married dean more than a decade ago is bringing the scandal to the stage with a new play inspired by their relationship. Olivia Swanson Haas, now 37, will debut Mimi and Joe in San Francisco on Sunday. The play revisits her 2012 relationship and then Stafford Dean, Julie Lithcott, who was 44 and served as Dean of Freshman and Undergraduate Advising. Oh. Haas definitely described the 90-minute production as both a love story and cautionary tale, according to the Daily Mail, featuring 2 performers and original music. The end quote queer coming of age play follows 2 former lovers reconnecting a decade after their relationship ended while reflecting on the blurred lines between attached creative partnership and abuse of power. The production builds on revelations Haas first shared in 2024 essay called, in quote, I had an affair with my college dean, which says, which she says attracted more than 100,000 readers. In an essay, Haas remembered starting what she thought was a close friendship with the well-known university administrator, which later turned into a romantic relationship she kept secret from her friends and family. Wow. She wrote that the pair met in luxury hotels, nearby motels, and a mountain cabin south of the campus, describing it as her first and first and only same-sex relationship before later identifying herself as bisexual. Haas said Haas said keeping her relationship secret was a difficult task for her. She wrote that Lincott Lincott checked Stanford's policies to make sure they were not breaking university rules, but Haas still felt the relationship put the dean's career at risk. She also claimed Lithcott husband, Bay Area sculptor Dane Lithcott, knew about the affair and at one point joked to his wife, saying, just don't buy her a car. Haas said She eventually ended the relationship after confessing it to her boyfriend and decided to stay with him. She said her parents were, end quote, horrified after learning what had happened, and her mother anonymously reported the relationship to Stanford, prompting conversations about manipulation and abuse of power. Mm. The former student also revealed that Lithcott contacted her during the early months of the COVID-19 pandemic to privately apologize, and the two eventually resumed limited contact. End quote. Although some days I'm not sure we should. Lith- Lithcott left Stanford in 2012 and later became a New York Times best-selling author focused on parenting and youth development in 2022. She was elected to the Palo Alto City Council after Haas published an essay last year. Then Major Greer Stone, a councilwoman, Vicky Winkler, urged Lithcott to step away from the committees tied to Stanford schools and youth mental health, while some city, some former city leaders defended her. Uh, Retired judge and former councilwoman Ladoris Cordell called all the revelations very troubling. While I was not in a position of authority over her grades or academic status at the university, being in a relationship with a student was inappropriate when it was 13 years ago, and it would be inappropriate now, said Lickcott, while also apologizing to her family and former colleagues. In May, Lithcott said she would not run for re-election and would focus on her work as an author and public speaker. Haas has continued to develop Mimi and Joe since winning a Stanford alumni scriptwriter competition based on her story. Oh, that's all. Yeah, she can. That's dope. She's gonna write a movie for. I mean, it's dope that she's gonna write a movie and that she got to tell her story. I think the abuse of power thing kind of sucks when it's the dean. Um, Yeah, because I don't know how that went or started, but when they talk about abuse of power, that's a big position in a college, and you can abuse that power
Yeah.
without being seen.
It makes me think
Um,
of the prison guard thing.
well, there's abuse of power, but also a question of favoritism. What is
But like she
has
was saying, she doesn't choose her grades,
well,
but
has whoever, whatever person, whoever is telling all, have they benefited during their time there from the relationship that they were having? You don't need to have your grades altered by the dean in order to benefit from having a relationship with the dean. Um, so um, I don't know. Um, Abuse of power is not the only impropriety that could come out of a relationship like that. Um, and clearly they must have known that, because otherwise, why would you have been keeping it so quiet? And why is a tell-all, tell-all, as she puts it herself, why is that such a shocking thing right now? Why is that such a revelation? Why are people so interested? Unless it was inappropriate at the time, unless there was something not kosher about it, right? Unless it was not technically against the letter of the university's code of conduct, but only by virtue of like a legalistic oversight in some fashion or something, right? If it wasn't a problem, why would the dean feel the need to go and look and check to make sure that it isn't a violation of the code of conduct? If I mean, unless it was something that felt inappropriate, felt like something that would have been, that perhaps should have been a violation of both student and faculty codes of conduct, right? This is this is a I don't know. Um, yeah.
Um,
I don't know.
uh, if
And
she,
I don't even care about the lesbian part of it. That's beside the point. It's the affair with the dean and the code of conduct, and the I don't know. It's the whole thing doesn't pass the sniff test to me. I think it's bullshit. It shouldn't have happened to begin with if the code of conduct was written in a way that it should have been written, because clearly they knew that it probably shouldn't have been allowed.
she knew she wasn't breaking a rule, so she
Only
just didn't
because
do it
she
on
had to go
campus.
and check, because clearly it must have felt like something that would have been breaking some rule.
It
So
feels
go
so wrong, even though you know it's right.
well, it feels wrong because they know that it should have been wrong, and it's only technically right, which is why they can get away with it.
Okay.
And why is this tell-all now after the fact such a big deal? If it weren't technically wrong and only legally technically right,
Well,
a well-written faculty and student code of conduct would have made that wrong, would have been inappropriate. Deans should not be in secret romantic relationships behind their spouse's back, with students having that relationship behind their own boyfriend's back. The whole thing is a mess.
that part
Why?
I understand. Cheating on the husband. He also said just don't buy her a car. Uh, so he
Fine.
kind of knew. Uh,
He
He was
uh,
probably getting
kinda
off on it.
he kinda eventually knew.
some
He
way,
kinda
somehow.
found out at some point and threw his hands up and just, okay, just don't buy her a car. Just give it up. It's like he's probably just exhausted by this woman's dalliances and is just given up on trying to care. Whatever, just don't buy her a car. In parentheses, like the last one, perhaps? Why is not buying her a car what he goes to?
Uh,
And if she's willing to
maybe you're
buy cars for people, if that's something that he feels a need to draw a line at to stop, what is she possibly doing behind the scenes in the university towards the ends of this student? What is she capable of doing? It shouldn't even
you
be a
probably
question of what was she doing, what is she capable of doing. There should not be romantic relationships between faculty and students, so that there are no questions of what did they do, what could
you
they
probably
have
have a
done,
history.
what are we possibly missing. They
Mm.
need to rewrite their codes of conduct and hire better faculty and and administration. I guess, yeah, technically the dean is administration, not faculty, right? I don't know. Hire better
Yeah.
people. I mean,
Um, for that movie, uh, you said why do that? I mean, if you want something to be seen about the gay community, San Francisco is the best place to play that movie. That's why she's going there. And that's why she's
oh
doing
no.
that. She
No.
You want to tell her story. And if you want to tell your story and it has anything to do with the LGBTQ community, start in San Francisco.
Yeah,
Uh
that was not confused. That was not what was confusing me. And it's not, there's no confusion. It's just rhetorical questions. Everything I've thrown out is all just rhetorical questions because the answers are kind of obvious, right? Why San
oh
Francisco? Because where
yeah.
else would you go?
And this
Now,
happened where I was born at. I
why?
was born at Stanford Hospital in Palo Alto.
Yeah.
So I was interested when I seen Stanford. And then when I read lesbian, it didn't make me no more interested than I was before I seen Stanford. I
Stanford.
mean,
Yeah. I mean, lesbian, who
You
cares?
know they
Whatever.
threw lesbian in there to
Lesbian
draw
part is
interest.
honestly the least important part, the least relevant to any of this.
I'm just
It's
talking to
about,
our audience.
it's
Our
about,
audience. I'm telling you guys, the article wasn't because of that part. The article
yeah.
I found it when I seen the Stanford
Well,
in the title.
yes, but historically, some watching who are familiar with me might jump to an assumption that my objections to this are significantly influenced by that lesbian part,
Oh,
right? And I'm saying no, that LGBT, that is the least relevant. I don't even care. That is not part of it at all, in my opinion. It is the code of conduct should not allow for all of these questions. A well-written code of conduct would not have students years later making tell-all movies about their relationships with with college administration. That is only technically not a violation. They checked.
I did not. So
Why
she
would they
did it.
need to check unless it's kind of fishy?
But like I said, feels so wrong, even though it's right.
Well, it feels so wrong because it is wrong. It's just technically
It just
something
Technically
you
felt
can
right.
get
good.
away with. If, well, maybe that's it. It feels good, but technically, technically you can get away with it.
Yeah. Technicality is some stuff. Shit, people go to prison for technicalities. Anyhow, uh,
Well, people escape prison for technicalities too.
correct.
Yeah. All the time.
Are we gonna go there?
No, no, there's too much there. Landmine, not today. Maybe
Uh,
someday, but I don't have the energy for that today. That is,
um, unfortunately for you, um, my next article here is about inside Idaho's new $1.2 million execution chamber, where
oh,
eight inmates await death by firing squad. First of
at
all,
once?
I don't know. I didn't read the article yet, but
Is Utah
I
gonna do
didn't even
mass
know
executions now?
I didn't know that was possible. I didn't know you could just
I
gun
mean,
people
you can shoot
down.
as many people at a time as you want, as long as you've got enough guys lined up.
I mean,
But we don't do that.
Efficiency, right?
Yeah.
right.
I mean, honestly, yeah. When you th well, and also like when you think about it, like the cost of all of the drugs that are used in um, lethal injection, executions, or the I think doesn't Mississippi or Missouri have like a nitrogen gas chamber that they just asphyxiate you? You just
No
slowly
idea.
slowly go to sleep because there's no oxygen, and then at some point you just die. Um, I'm not sure. I'd need to double check that, but um, firing squad A quick. So I have to, I don't know, I
You
have to
hope it's
put
quick.
forward and assert that quickness probably equals humane on the part of the executee. The faster it is, the less rigmarole they're going to go through, right? And B, cost effective. Bullets are cheaper than nitrogen gas or sodium thiopental that Italy doesn't want to send to us. Um, yeah.
Is
So
it?
Why is
efficiency,
Italy the only place that has that?
I was gonna say that. Go ahead though.
I mean, there's very few drug companies that are equipped with production lines to mass produce certain pharmaceuticals. So um, when you're set up to manufacture sodium thiopental, then you kind of have a big chunk of, where it goes because there's only going to be so many people who are making that.
Equipped?
If that's your production line, then you don't have those chemicals and those precursors available to put towards, other reactions and whatnot. And all the chemistry and chemical engineering of the processes are something that I am not um, equipped to comment on. Beside, it's hard and it's complicated, and there's a reason that we offer patent protection and the initial inventors to bring it to market charge exorbitantly high prices when they hold the patent because it takes a lot to set that up. Um, I mean, to just design it, discover it initially at first and stuff. So, um,
Okay, I'll read this
why
article.
am I talking about that? Oh,
We
I
execution.
asked you.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Okay. Um,
um
Go
so
for it, Pookie.
Utah,
inside Idaho's new
Idaho.
1.2 million e- execution chamber where 8 inmates await death by firing squad. And I'm gonna keep saying I don't didn't know that was a thing. 8 death row inmates in Idaho will soon face death in a brand new top of the fi- top of the line firing squad chamber, and state officials are looking for volunteers to fire the rifles. Wow. According to newly released blueprints, Gem state officials will recruit 6 volunteer law enforcement officers with excellent aim to form its firing squad. 3 primary officers equipped with semi automatic rifles will be tasked firing the initial round of shots while two alternates stand by, ready to unleash a second volley of bullets in case the condemned inmate survives the first rounds. A sixth officer, the squad leader, will be responsible for the loading the state-owned firearms and directing the execution. Mm. If you guys, I'll send you guys a link to this. There's sandbags next to a chair, like an execution chair. They hold you down for this and surround you by sandbags. Anyhow,
Well, that's a very common backstop in firing ranges, outdoor firing range. You don't want bullets going off forever when people, punch through a paper target super quick or like glass bottles, whatever. You don't want things going off. So a sandbag is gonna it's gonna take a lot for a bullet to get in and very unlikely to get through the amount of force that it gets transmitted through each sand particle and the physics is absolutely fascinating.
we
But
won't go into that
uh,
one today.
yeah,
Not into the physics of it.
uh,
But
the
I'll
yeah
finish this.
sandbags are common. Or that's a common setup to have to um, keep bullets from going off and damaging stuff.
Okay. The rest of this article says all the executions will take place inside a new $1.2 million execution chamber built inside the Idaho Maximum State Institution about 15 miles south of Boise, which is home to the notorious inmates, including University of Idaho killer Brian Korberger, Doomsday Mom, end quote, Doomsday Mom Lori Vallow Daybell, and her husband, Chad Daybell. The latter, the latter Daybell is one of the seven men in the state currently on death row, along with one woman, all of whom have been convicted of murder. Vallow Daybell and Koberger avoided capital punishment, but are each serving consecutive life sentences on multiple murder convictions. The condemned inmates will be offered a sedative one day before facing the firing squad and another just beforehand. Once inside the execution chamber, the prisoner will be strapped into a specially designed chair and medical personnel will attach heart monitoring equipment to the body. A target will also get placed on their heart. Don't feel that's necessary, but anyhow. After the prison director reads the death warrant aloud and gives the inmate opportunity to make a final statement, the prisoner can request an eye covering before the gunfire begins. The three primary officers will then aim their rifles through the foot wide opening in a protective wall that they're standing behind, roughly 10 yards away from the prisoner. At the leader's call, each officer will fire a single 308 caliber bullet
Mm.
simultaneously at the inmate's chest. The prisoner's heart will be monitored for up to 2 minutes, at which, if they're still alive, prison authorities will authorize a second round of shots. In order to become a volunteer executioner whose identities will remain confidential under state law, an officer must have at least 3 years of peace officer standards and training certificates and proven record of near perfect aim before they are approved. The volunteer is required to repeatedly and precisely strike a heart sized target during firearm qualification training. Any officer with a history of excessive force or firearm misconduct or with any type of relationship to the condemned inmate, their victim, or either family will be disqualified from the process. To remain disqualified, the firing squad members are required to participate in regular live fire training and execution rehearsals. Then once an execution warrant is issued, they'll go through multiple dry runs before the scheduled execution. In addition to $1.2 million spent on designing and building the spine chilling chamber, the state shelled out nearly $25,000 for the five Daniel Defense DD5 P battle rifles, along with scopes, suppressors, and bipods. Hmm. and a barrage of 308 caliber bullets to be used in executions. The dramatic policy shift, which kicked off on July 1st, was signed into law by Republican Idaho Governor Brad Little last year, following a botched lethal injection to execute convicted murderer and death row inmate Thomas Eugene Creech in February 2024. Staff spent roughly an hour trying to administer the deadly IV, puncturing the serial killer multiple times before abandoning the execution altogether. Creech, 75 years old, who admitted to killing or participating in the killing, admitted to or participated in the killing of 26 people across 7 states before his arrest in 1974, is Idaho's largest serving death row prisoner. Robin Meyer, the executive director of the Death Penalty Information Center, slammed the firing squad as, end quote, a method of execution that is already proven to be flawed as any other. Stop profiting from executions. And the last paragraph says every new
Stop profiting
execution,
from executions? What?
um, yeah, no profiting from executions.
Why
Uh,
would he say that? What? Who would be profiting from this change
I
if
think
that's his
that's what the sign says, that they're saying what the sign says that people are holding up.
right?
Um,
So what idiot wrote that and what profit is going to happen from this? Who's going to profit and how is something they need to say and explain thoroughly. Otherwise,
uh,
their sign can just be thrown in the trash and it is just as valuable, just
all
as
right.
relevant. Um,
Um, I'll finish this one. It says every new execution method in history has been introduced with the promise that it will be foolproof and more humane than the previous method. Unfortunately, those promises have always been broken, Meyer told the Idaho Statesman. The Idaho Department of Corrections Director, Bree Derrick, however, said the department is dedicated to fulfilling execution orders, end quote, with professionalism, respect, and strict adherence to the law. Our procedures, our procedures are designed and ensured that any execution is conducted in a secure, orderly, and dignified manner while safeguarding the rights of all individuals involved in maintaining the safety and security of staff, witness, and public, Derek told the outlet in the statement. There we go. Um, yeah, I'm just still amazed by.
okay,
Go
so
ahead.
a single 308 round is powerful enough to take down a buck.
Yeah, if you can hit him in
So
the heart, no need for another
six
person to shoot him.
six 308 rounds, all hitting a single human heart at the same time, will be instant death for that person. I mean, only one of
Yeah.
those needs to actually hit the target, but if all of the people that you've got are absolute master marksmen who are proven to be able to hit that, then you've got six rounds going. Round, wrong side. 6 rounds going into, a space, what, this big? One of those takes down a deer in a target this size on the side of the deer. So
And
that's
the target
that's
stopped moving.
that's boom. That is not, there will never be a need for follow-up, but it's good to have the procedure set up. You need it all laid out just in case, right? But there's no way that a person is going to survive that. Even if all but one of them miss the target, Hell, even if all of them miss the exact target, but just get kind of close around, there's going to be so much like hydrostatic shock damage to all of the internal organs that there's still going to be instant death to the individual.
How long do you
Oh,
think you like stay? Like, how long does your brain work after you get shot like that?
that's an interesting
Or
question.
like, if your heart stops, how long does your brain keep going?
Yeah,
They
that's an
they said they
interesting
wait
question.
2 minutes. So
They wait two
I don't
minutes.
know.
Yeah, but they're judging it by the heart beating. Brain death is a different thing, but I mean, that's the thing. Hydrostatic shock goes through the body. The brain is going to
Oh
get
yeah.
a boom from the thing. So it's probably not going to be far behind the stopping of the heart. You know, you hit that and boom throughout the entire body. It just spreads a shock wave.
What
Um,
about cardiac arrest? Like someone's heart just stops. How long do you think their brain still works?
that's an interesting thing. Fun fact,
Why don't they do
back
headshots?
in the way back in the French Revolution, right? They were it was happening during the Age of Enlightenment, and a lot of those people were like had major boners for science and how smart they were and everything. And so they were kind of dedicated to science over, it was the first time that really any sort of actual concept of atheism as we understand it right now had existed. Um, a secular form of atheism. So that really was kind of emerging and flourishing under the French Republic, the first French Republic. And when they were overthrowing the monarchy and everything, and they were getting really, really violent, they started, realizing we're killing a lot of people in this revolution. A lot of people need to die to overthrow aristocracy and monarchy and everything. And a lot of innocent people died also, but that's kind of, just the price you pay. Um, but they needed to scale things up and industrialize this whole process because, when you've got thousands and thousands of people who need to die, you can't just hang them all, right? That can get a little time consuming, a little messy, and you gotta, I mean, the gallows, it just takes time, So they invented the guillotine, right? And industrialized the execution
Mm.
process.
Isn't that where they chop their heads off?
Yes, yeah, the big blade they lift up and you put your head through the hole and slice. It comes down. They got a basket underneath to catch the head, freshly severed from
I
the
don't know why
body.
I'm
So
laughing, but
there was a scientist who was,
I'm laughing at your description. So
yeah,
go ahead. Yeah.
there was a scientist who was, um, part of this whole extreme, secular humanist rationalist movement at the time who got, finger pointed at for something. There was a whole mess at a time. If you look up in the French Revolution, look up the Reign of Terror, and under Robespierre, there was a whole gigantic just reign of terror. They named it
Makes sense.
accurately. I can't come up with a better way to put it. So look that up. The French Reign of Terror. Wikipedia article has a Wikipedia level summary of it. Um, but a scientist um, had his head chopped off, and he told his friends, in the name of science, I'm condemned already. I know I'm going to die. And I know I'm going to die by this new invention, the guillotine, which will fast, cleanly, and quickly remove the head. So my head will be gone from my body, and they're going to lift up the head as soon as it is severed. And he said, I will blink my eyes for as long as I am able while after my head had been removed. And I don't remember. He was able to blink his eyes. He was blinking for a time. It was short though. A matter of seconds. But there was a lapse between
Like
head
two
removal
seconds or
and
20
brain death.
seconds?
Huh?
Like 2 seconds or 20 seconds? I mean, how big of
Or 5,620 seconds, right? It's a
right.
very, very imprecise. That's why I'm looking this up for you. But
I
um,
appreciate that because I have a genuine interest in this answer for personal reasons.
So once you chop the head off, he's not blinking anymore. Correct, right?
he
Does the
was
body have
blinking.
any?
Yeah, he had
He
his
was
head chopped
blinking.
off. They lifted his head up, and he was blinking. He was still his
Oh,
head,
okay. I'm sorry.
his brain separated from his body was still alive, and he still had conscious control to blink his eyes for a certain amount of time after being beheaded like that.
Okay, sorry. You might have said that. Yeah. Mark, you had any rocket news this week?
I had some here. Okay, the scientist Antoine Lavoisier, the quote, father of modern chemistry, legend states that prior to his execution by guillotine on May 8, 1794, not 1974, that would have been a thing. He agreed to an experiment to determine if a decapitated head remains conscious, promising his assistant he would blink for as long as possible.
Okay.
Father of modern chemistry. He's really dedicated to science. If his final
Apparently.
moments be an experiment and his lab assistant has to take notes for his experiment. Accounts from the period and internet folklore claim Lavoisier continued to blink for 15 to 30 seconds after the blade fell. However, historians and scientific experts generally agree that this account is a myth. The sudden and massive loss of blood pressure to the brain caused by immediate decapitation would instantly render a person unconscious, making any blink impossible. Huh. That's not what I was taught in my Western Civ class. Or wait, no, it was 20th, 21st century humanities. No, 18th, 19th century. That would be the correct time.
You want to know what I learned this week?
I was just, I loved those humanities classes. I took way more than I needed to just because I filled all of my elective courses with like Western civilization and 18th, 19th century humanities classes, 20th, 21st. It's just like so cool. The story of civilization and how we came to be this and how internet is ruining it all.
Technology
Some
in
would
general.
agree.
Huh?
Technology in general, I think.
Mm,
Yeah. Yeah. Well,
technology
that's
keeps me
part of
going.
why I am so passionate about Western civilization. It's taken a long time for us to get here where we are, and we need to protect that.
We're fucking it up really well.
Well, we need to stop and we need to protect it. We need to protect how far we have come. And
I
yeah.
sent you something, Mark.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, I figured I'd like for you to read this one. Uh,
Okay.
your
Oh,
your opinion on this one. I sent it to you a few days ago, thinking you would read it.
I didn't
Uh,
read it. I saw the headline beforehand. I didn't read it. I didn't want to read it. I wanted a fresh opinion while it was read.
there you go.
So I will read it and freshly opine as I go.
Looking
Everybody out
forward
there
to it.
watching, that's that good old thumbs up. Uh, Trying to get as many thumbs up as possible. Am I begging for thumbs up? Yeah. So
Please,
what?
please.
Please. I'm not gonna get on my hands and knees, but yeah, press that
No,
thumbs up
no,
button
the
over there.
camera, you'd be off camera if you did that. So,
Yeah,
uh,
go ahead with the article.
okay. Yes, middle-class New York mom accused of funding terrorists, quote, turn more Muslim after October 7 attacks, colon, neighbors. I'm not sure what that colon neighbors part is about, but I suppose we will find out. Excuse me. Okay. The middle class upstate New York mom accused of donating $30,000 to a deadly anti-Israel terrorist group, quote, turned more Muslim after October 7 and even forced her own young daughter to wear a hijab, neighbors told the Post. Okay. Catherine Beth Washburn, a 37 mom of two from Iron Dequoit? I don't know. That's an interesting Irondequoit. Iron Dequoit. Dequoit.
Just wait.
A 37-year-old mom of two from upstate New York who allegedly led a homegrown anti-Israel extremist group began wearing Muslim garb shortly after the Hamas attack on Israel in 2023, according to neighbors who described the radical as standoffish and unfriendly. There's got to be something going on beforehand for someone to just start wearing that after an attack like that. What is, I don't, okay. There's a couple pictures here. I guess a selfie, her in glasses and a hijab, kind of smile. And then her with her husband and two kids and some sunflowers. Um, and then it's what looks like a tweet. She says, the resistance presents Zionist soldiers with four options should they enter the Gaza Strip. 2014. Hashtag free Palestine. Hashtag end Israel genocide. Hashtag free Palestine. Palestine flag emoji. Hashtag what? Red triangle? I don't know what that one is supposed to mean. Hashtag
Yeah,
join the resistance. Hashtag Palestinian resistance. Hashtag end Israel occupation. Hashtag end Israel apartheid. Hashtag free Congo. Hashtag free Sudan. Posting for journalistic purposes only. What? Oh, Zionists have four choices. Either he will be killed. I don't know what the four choices are. I don't know if I want to click. I guess I have to. Well, if I want to know
finish
what,
reading the article.
huh?
So you got to finish reading the article.
Do they explain what those four options are?
I have no idea.
Well, um,
It might tell you.
might, I don't want to, oh, okay. Either be killed. Okay, it's just a slideshow. I don't know. They don't, but either yeah, Zionists have four choices. Either he will be killed, comma. So first option is killed. Um, Lovely. Um, she once screamed at her now 6-year-old daughter to, quote, come inside and get dressed up in her hijab, neighbor Donna Glover said. Washburn wasn't wearing the outfit when Glover moved into the quaint neighborhood outside Rochester around 5 years ago, she said. But after the start of the war in Gaza, quote, she turned more Muslim. A tattered Palestinian flag remained on the ranch-style home Thursday when the Post visited. 3 months after neighbors reported seeing a SWAT team break down the door and raid the house. That's not done lightly. Quote, I have a feeling they were trying to push, well, not them, but her was really trying to push, in brackets, Islam on the kids, a next door neighbor said, describing Washburn as very, very weird. Forkin' weird. We don't need to self censor. Really, very, very fucking weird. The neighbor who declined to give his name, good call, said he spoke with Washburn's husband, Adam, briefly on Wednesday. Adam Washburn, who seemed to be living separately from the family, good call. Well, oh, away from those kids, though. Protect the kids from her. I don't know. Stay with her, put up with her to protect the kids from her? Or, well, okay, whatever. I don't know behind the scenes, but, uh, the kids. Oh, the kids. I want to protect the kids. All the kids. Okay, living separately
Want
from
me to finish
the
the
family.
article?
Uh,
Go
I'm
ahead.
I'm working on it. I'm sorry. This is just touching a lot of points that I feel strongly about. Um, okay. Adam, who seemed to be living separately from the family, described his wife as a, quote, dumb bitch, and said that he wouldn't help her with bail, according to the neighbor. Well, that probably gets him his kids, right? That'd be a way to
Uh,
protect the kids. Get her arrested. Don't help her with bail. Or wait, let her get arrested, right? Don't get her arrested. Let her get arrested for this. Don't help her with bail, and the kids would be with him, right? At least while she's in prison. Hopefully,
if they're his,
they're his, yeah, unless he doesn't have custody for a big, big oopsie, no no, or just general shittiness. Um, yeah, if he's just separated because they don't like each other anymore, then that's ah
yeah, there's a
Washburn
lot more.
allegedly, huh?
I said, yeah, there's a lot more.
Yeah, yeah, I bet. Oh, whoa, hand
I'm
grenades?
I'm ready. Come on.
Catherine Washburn pictured with two hand grenades in front of Hamas flag. Yeah, there's a picture of her with a phone with a selfie of her next to two hand grenades in front of a Hamas flag. So I guess maybe she's thinking that there's some sort of plausible deniability that she's not there with the hand grenades, right? It's a selfie picture of her left there, and that's what's next to the two hand grenades. So whoever put that selfie there is responsible for her picture getting there. She's not the one with the hand grenades, right?
Yeah, it's like she's having a FaceTime call with someone, and then they just put their phone next to the picture. So she probably doesn't even know her picture's next to the grenades. But
Or she put her selfie up on the thing and put it next to the grenades and then took
you never
another
know.
picture with another camera and did that to
No.
kind of an extra step of
The
of,
article might let us know if that's true or not.
oh, yes, I should keep reading. Thank you. Um, I'm sorry. I took the Klonopin this morning, so I'm a little harder to corral than normal. Washburn allegedly spearheaded the direct action movement for Palestinian liberation. DAMPL. DAMPL. DAMP L. There we go. An anti-Israel group formed in the wake of October 7 that encourages sabotage and property destruction, according to prosecutors in the Western District of New York. That's not good. She is believed to have helped funnel $30,000 in cryptocurrency through 80 separate transfers to a terrorist in the Palestinian Islamic Jihad group in Gaza, once telling him, I wish every day were October 7. Oh, quote, I wish every day were October 7. Old media posts show her as a modest middle class mother of two children, smiling with her husband. And there's a social media post here, another social media post calling for violence, promoting resistance against Israel, and a selfie in a hijab. Yeah. However, her social media accounts are now filled with pics of her wearing a hijab and anti Israel diatribes, including one post showing the home addresses of so called Zionists. That is horrible. Doxing like that, providing personal information of people that you know will then be targeted. It's unclear exactly when she became radicalized. In her messages with the PIJ fighter, Washburn allegedly said, if I lived in Gaza, I would fight alongside the resistance. Send her there. Good. Go. If that's where she wants to be, go. She won't last long there. Oh, oh, here's another tweet of hers. While Al Jazeera news outlet correspondent was listing the present battalions of the Al Qassam brigades in the area, an Al Qassam brigades fighter taps him on the shoulder, stating he forgot to mention his battalion. Hashtag all kinds of bullshit. Hashtag genocidal. Hashtag whatever. Okay, she also said she hated Jews, quote, very much and wished Israel, quote, would disappear, the Fed claimed. Washburn took a selfie of herself and placed the image next to the Hamas flag and two hand grenades, according to prosecutors. Yeah, there we go. Took a selfie herself and placed it there. She also seemed to predict her downfall in a November 2025 message, commenting that she would face hard time for her involvement with the anti-Israel group. Well, not hard to predict when you're doing stuff that dumb and you're that dumb. Quote, based on my past PASSED fundraising and posting, I am with no apostrophe gonna get put away for a few lifetimes, she says. I mean, oh, oh, is she, can we call her literate if she doesn't know what basic words mean, what they
You
are
could.
in a sentence that she's trying to use and how to punctuate a
By
contraction?
definition, she would be.
She would or wouldn't?
Um, would be illiterate.
Would be illiterate. Okay. Yeah.
But go
Yeah.
ahead.
I mean, you have so much experience with this kind of stuff, right? That's why it's so hard to read so many posts about, yeah, run-on sentences with no punctuation and misspellings throughout. It
No
gets,
commas and no periods, just sentences. I read a lot of those. And it's hard for me to read because then I look like I don't know how to read. But go ahead. Yeah,
yeah. At least most of this is well punctuated. She is
for the
charged
most
with
part.
one, huh?
It's the California Post, so yeah, go ahead.
She is charged with one count of attempting to provide material support and resources to a designated foreign terrorist organization. She faces up to 20 years behind bars if convicted. Washburn appeared in federal court in Buffalo on Wednesday, where she was held without bail. Good. That's that's a good reason for, pretrial detention with no bail. That that one is justified. Not some YouTube kid.
Um,
Oh my gosh.
said her attorney didn't return and for a request to answer. So yeah,
I don't know. I mean, yeah, I say in her messages with the fighter, she said, if I lived in Gaza, I would fight alongside the resistance. Send her there. Let her live out her dream.
I wouldn't say all that, but
I would, yeah, give her kids to the husband who knows that she's an a fucking asshole or whatever words he used, right? A fucking bitch. Yeah.
for lack of a better word,
Send the fucking bitch, not my words, to where she wants to go.
uh,
She loves it so much. If she's providing material assistance, let her provide hands-on assistance and see how helpful she is to them over there. See what they like, what they see how they would treat a woman once she shows up and says, "Hey, I don't speak Arabic. I don't, but I want to help." A person with half an opinion trying to go and do what? They're not going to do anything except hide behind her. She's a nice big human shield. They could fit maybe two Palestinian Hamas child soldiers behind her.
um, yeah. So what she did was hiding them, correct? Or
Hide,
hidden money.
huh?
I said so. Her crime was
Funding a
get
terrorist
for funding.
organization.
Yeah.
Providing
Okay.
material support to a terrorist organization. Probably more. I mean, if her prediction was that she would go away for multiple life, whatever, providing $30,000 to Hamas is not a life sentence thing as we see. It's about 20 years. So what else is she engaged in? What else has she done that she thinks would get her put away for life?
She's doing something other than that. 'Cause, yeah,
Mhm.
when they got
They're
people
only
that you,
charging her with what they can prove without a doubt. The way
yeah,
the legal system works, they don't go after everything. They only bring to court what they can prove
prove.
without a doubt. So the charges that are made against her are doubtless only half the story. Who knows what else? And she clearly was trying to radicalize her children too. Um, and that would have then been an entire generational problem. Islamism is incompatible with Western civilization, with Western values, with the American Constitution.
Okay. Uh,
It's not Muslims, it's Muslims like her. It's not, you know,
that's
the
gonna take it
Muslim friends
religious.
that you know and grew up with who, are just like you and me and just, fast during Ramadan, and that's really the only difference you see between them. You know, they're not the problem. It's the people who use Islam um, to justify this because it is built to justify that, to do that. She was being a good Muslim by the letter of Sharia law. Um,
I got something else here, Mark. It
yeah,
says
the resident
house
Islamophobe isn't the thing.
how smiling Texas sisters Cookie and Kitty tried to cover up the murder of a mom of five, according to cops.
Kitty tried to
The-
kill someone?
oh yeah, you got a kitty named Kitty. Yeah, Kitty the murderer. So I'll tell the story first.
Allegedly, allegedly.
The Twisted Texas sisters accused of butchering a mother of five allegedly scrambled to cover their tracks after a brutal broad daylight attack, court documents reveal. Siblings Amaya Cookie Diaz, 19, and Kitty Mia Diaz, 21, were captured on surveillance, reportedly repeatedly stabbing and beating 32-year-old Caroline Caro Pena in the dusty border town of Del Rio at around 2 p.m. Thursday, according to criminal complaint filed in a case. The disturbing footage shows Cookie clad in a red tank top and blue jeans, while her older sister, identifiable by tattoos covering her right arm, was seen wearing a pink tank top paired with blue jeans, the doc states. But by the time cops show up at the sister's home, roughly 2 hours later, they they both had dramatically changed their looks. While speaking with Kitty and Amaya, it was observed that they were no longer wearing the clothing originally seen in the video and they had recently showered as their hair was still wet, the complaint states. Kitty allegedly tried to wash away the evidence of the deadly assault, cops allege. During the search of the house, officers discovered Kitty Mia Diaz's clothes, a pink tank top, a pink crop top t-shirt, in which a halter top um, was located inside the washing machine. Oh my goodness, you put it in the washing machine. Gonna be blood everywhere. They're gonna find it in there, but let me keep reading. Indicating it had been recently washed and tampered with, according to the court record. Kitty, who initially told cops her young son was inside the home, was charged with murder and tampering with evidence, the doc states. Her sister and their pal, 21-year-old Kyandra Renee Faz, were also charged with murder for the fatal attack. The seemingly unfazed sisters flashed twin smiles as police hauled them off in handcuffs, according to footage snapped outside the siblings' home. The sickening clip shows a barefoot Kitty wearing tight black shorts, and a halter top with an illusion of white hands cupping her breasts, gritting briefly at the ground as two officers escorted her into a patrol car parked on the street. Her similarly scantily clad youngster sister, appeared to put on a show for the camera brazenly, flashing her pearly whites and giggling after sarcastically yelling at the man behind the camera, "Stop recording." I saw the first girl going into the car and I thought, whatever. But the second one caught my eye. Independent journalist Michael Elizondo, who filmed the arrest, later told the Post. That girl was in a happy mood. She was all smiling, goofing off like nothing happened, he said. Faz told the investigators that Pena, in quote, arrived at her residency looking to start a fight, but was soon met by the sisters who drove up at the home in a black Chrysler 300, the criminal complaint states. The surveillance footage shows Cookie fly out of the vehicle, the vehicle's passenger seat, and confront Pena uh, while holding an object believed by cops to be a knife in her right hand, according to court documents. Cookie is then seen in the clip striking the mother in the back, where blood begins to soak her shirt. The doc states that's when Kitty and Faz jumped in, allegedly beating Pena. The complaint continues. The beloved mother later succumbed to stab wounds at a hospital in San Antonio. Del Rio Police Chief Frank Ramirez revealed this week that Pena knew her accused killers, but the nature of their relationship remains unclear. Police have not yet offered a motive to the attack, which remains under investigation, and the department spokesperson told the Post on Tuesday Faz and Diaz sisters are behind bars after each were given $5 million bond by a judge during their first court appearance Friday, when they all requested court appointed attorneys. There we go. That's all. And
Mark, are you okay?
that's a lot.
Just a little tired. It's okay.
Okay.
Just caught up in before everything, and so I'm just. Mm, I think the morning coffee is worn off, and the I'm a little caffeine deficient right now, but I'm good.
Okay. Just checking.
Yeah, just slowing down.
Yeah. So your thoughts on the sisters?
I'm
Um,
wondering why they had to describe their outfits in such detail when they were
They
coming
got
out.
videos. They got videos of them walking out in those outfits.
But what does it matter what they're freaking wearing?
Yeah, I get it. I see what you're saying.
I don't
Hey,
know. Was it something I kind of missed the descriptions of a lot of it.
Skin tight black shorts with a black halter top or something with palm prints cupping her breasts.
Okay, yeah. Why would they mention something so bizarre to wear to one's court date for the murder of one's parents? I can't imagine. I can't imagine.
yeah,
I mean,
yeah, their photo.
honestly, even the most brazen, like crazy serial killers from like all the way through the 20th century, 21st century, they all at the behest of their attorneys cleaned up, dressed up, and appeared nice for their court appearances, with, maybe the exception of Charles Manson. Um, you know,
I didn't get
well,
to see his
I don't know.
outfit.
Maybe he felt that carving swastikas was kind of a dress up for the court in his twisted mind.
Ugh.
But yeah, that is not typical.
It's not at all relevant what their clothing is when they're being
It is
arrested
not,
for
it is
murder.
not typical.
That's how
Um,
you get people to view it.
well, no, it is not typical and speaks towards the character and the state of mind of the individuals themselves. Um, when you are um, in the immediate aftermath of having committed such a murder, To present yourself that way is is a statement in itself, and it's worth noting. It is very different from the way most other people tend to behave and present themselves in the immediate aftermath of a murder. It does not sound like they were trying to make themselves appear any less guilty, any less culpable from like
Looked like they
any
just got home and
possible
changed
viewpoint.
clothes.
They were like just dressed up and,
I sent you the link.
okay,
They
yeah,
were
I mean,
just
I don't
dressed
know. It
like they
sounds like, ah, no,
They
regular
wrong
look
day
like they're
button.
gonna
clothes.
Oh no, where did I go?
Yeah,
Ah,
just regular day clothes. I mean,
hold
if you're
on.
sitting around the house, that's what they decided to wear. It
Well,
wasn't necessary to talk about what they were wearing. That was
I
just
mean, it's the New York Post. It's kind of like half a step above a tabloid paper. So, they're not like, I don't know. If you look at like breakdowns of right lean, left lean bias and credibility scale and stuff, like New York Post is kind of mixed factuality, as they put it. So and it's, yeah. They're not trying to be like serious, super high. It's like, why do they need to mention that she is home in a black Chrysler 300? Well, the criminal complaint. Wait, in your head. Arrive. Okay, wait.
mm-mm.
Well, okay, so there was a criminal complaint made there. That's why the Chrysler 300. Yeah, like I said, I kind of was zoning
zoned.
out. I missed a lot of.
Yeah. So yeah, those girls they gonna get what they deserve. Um,
Especially
but
doing it
yeah,
on video. They
I don't
got it
think
all
they
on
meant to.
video.
No, I think someone's camera caught that, like a house camera. It didn't say they were recording. Uh, that would be stupid. Um,
Well, still, they were still caught on video. Maybe they didn't record it, but to do it so openly to where they might be caught on somebody's camera, that's
that was
not
stupid.
the right. It's just not intelligently acting.
Mm,
The smirking, smiling, and laughing as they're being arrested is probably not going to help their case either.
yeah, that's where their bail is so high. Um, they might know somebody who knows somebody. But yeah, to their outfits, hey, like I said, just looks like something you dress in on a regular day if you were them. Uh,
Not something I would dress in.
if you were them, this is something I could see them wear. If yeah, you get it. Um, yeah. Mark, you got time for some more? Because I got more articles, but you were looking like you were almost finished.
Happy mood,
Uh,
smiling and goofing off like nothing happened. Mm,
oh, you're still
uh,
in that article. That's why.
I'm just I'm trying to figure out what I missed. I,
What I found out this week was decristic seizures. I just found out what that is, and it's crying seizures. Um, yeah, I find out something new about epilepsy all the time, but that's the one that surprised me because I've heard of laughing seizures, and that's, I believe, gelastic. Uh, and then decristic is crying seizures. Uh, Now it makes me wonder when I cry sometimes, can it be a seizure? You never know with
Don't Google
epilepsy.
doctor diagnose yourself.
I'm
I
not. I'm
would
just wondering.
I would guess that something to think about and look for would be, is there a reason for crying? Kind of like the way my focals were misdiagnosed as anxiety attacks for years and years and years, and panic attack.
Same.
You know, I do have panic disorder. I do have panic attacks, but I don't always have a reason to panic when something of, you know, those episodes actually came. There was a difference too. It was like, is there a reason to panic? First off, if no, then why? Why? Right? So, is there a reason for you to cry? I mean, yes, no. If no, then why is it happening like this out of the blue? I mean, I'm guessing. I don't know. Is there something that is unique to them that sets them off, or um,
It says it's a rare focal epileptic event characterized by stereotyped crying, sobbing, or grimacing. Oh, so you don't even have to be crying. Oh, yeah. Anybody out there watching with epilepsy? Of course, we all have epilepsy here. Check that out. Look into that if you are a crier, I guess. Yeah, that's something I'm going to pay attention to if I happen to be crying. That's all I was saying. Uh, I got a video here of something we're not going to show, but it's of some monks. They're getting ran over by a young child, and
well,
I'll read
oh
the
my,
article. Yeah, you don't have to view it, but I mean, if you do, I
well,
send it to you. So you know
send
me.
it. Yeah,
I already sent it.
it's
Anyhow,
like,
I'll read the article. It says horrifying video shows monks being mowed down by 11-year-old boy driving dad's pickup. Horrifying video captured by the sickening moment. Oh, captured the sickening moment. Monks on a pilgrimage walk where they were mowed down on Thursday by an 11-year-old driving his dad's pickup truck, killing 8 of them. Security footage shows 35 monks walking in a single file along the road in Mukdahan in Thailand, initially with a just a tone motorcycle passing and a quiet road. Suddenly, out of control truck barreled through the procession, launching the Buddhist holy men into the hood of the catapulting of the hood before catapulting them in the air. Surviving monks rushed toward the crash site where 5 were killed at the scene and another 3 died later at the hospital, according to Mukdahan governor Warian uh, Warian Bunarat. That's the governor's name. Anyhow, it says the other footage shows road bodies scattered across the roadway and the wrecked pickup truck nearby, its front end smashed in, hood ripped back and crumpled, and windshield completely gone. The deadly Thursday morning crash also left 14 hospitalized, including 4 in critical condition. The religious group had just set off on the ill fated 161-mile trek to Uban Rashat Rashathani, um, about 30 minutes before they were violently mowed down. Monks told the police they saw the vehicle swerving before it veered off the road and slammed into them. The boy has since then been taken into custody where he will be questioned by child protection officers. The cause of the incident is still under investigation. That's all. I don't know why the cause is under investigation, but yeah, the cause is under
Causes
investigation at this moment.
uh,
So
Cause of the investigation. Well, Thailand is a Muslim majority country, and Buddhist monks would be subject to religious persecution in such a country. They would be seen as, um, yeah, what, Mukhtar, utterly detestable. Um, if you look at pictures of the area, that section of the road is like
Did you see the
arrow
video of
straight.
them getting run down? I'll
I
post
did not
that.
see a video there, no, but
You probably don't want to see it.
that
well,
I mean,
video
I
is
didn't.
horrifying.
I don't know. I
Yeah.
kind of do want to see it now. I'm curious
I mean,
because
I like stuff like that, not to go looking for it or nothing, but this
no,
comes with the article.
It
right.
was right up at the top of the article, but it was there was a
It's
couple
Gory
ads before
pictures.
it played.
Yeah, gory pictures don't really bother me, but yeah.
it might be my ad blocking that's
Could be.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
thoughts on that. You guys see the videos, so you can give me thoughts on that you see.
What
Because
what the
okay.
fuck
Well,
was an 11-year-old doing behind the wheel of a pickup?
it's under
well,
investigation at the moment. Yeah, under investigation. What happened, I guess. But the kid's in he's in custody of child protection, so he isn't able to do it again at the moment. Mm. Another thing I caught was those guys were walking. I think it's at 100 and something miles. 161 mile trek. That's a lot. That's far. That's interesting too. How long do you guys think that'll take them? Well, what if taken them?
I have no idea.
Hmm. Okay, Mark, you looking at that video?
it's it uh it the ad loading and then it automatically went to another video before I could back it up and watch again. Um, I don't know. I think it looks kind of intentional.
He's 11, so I don't know if he can drive or if he already knew how to drive. I was thinking maybe the kid was not knowing how to drive and maybe veered off the road, but it does look kind of intentional when you look at it. Uh,
The the road is like arrow straight. Why would you be suddenly swerving and veering if you were able to get it,
Because you're
drive the
11 years old
vehicle,
and don't know how to drive.
if you were able to drive the vehicle up to a point where the road is arrow straight and lined up? I don't know.
you're what?
Just,
Yeah. So everybody out there watching, tell us in the comments, what would you have done? And I don't know if you guys seen the video, but maybe you can look it up, and maybe you can't look it up. Maybe it might be too hard to look at for some
I
people, but
mean,
uh,
we've seen instances repeatedly within the recent years in our own country of vehicles being used as weapons in mass murders. Why would we not even at least consider, right? Just because the kid was 11 doesn't mean he hasn't been. I mean, there are indoctrinated suicide bombers all the time, all over the place. Extremist suicide bombers. We were just talking about a mother trying to indoctrinate her children. I mean, I don't know. There are videos all over the place of children chanting "Death to America." If you look, you can find videos, cartoons
Never seen one.
that are shown to the Palestinian children in Gaza talking about how being locked up for your faith is the greatest thing you can do. Being killed, dying for Allah is the best. Becoming a murderer of Jews is the highest goal you can aim for. I mean, they're teaching children from a young age, not all Muslims, but from Islamic teachings, children are being indoctrinated to do horrendous things. And yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't think it's impossible for an 11-year-old boy to have been taught to drive well enough, just well enough, to be able to aim a car and at a straight line of Buddhist monks on a procession where they knew they were going to be, a religious pilgrimage that was scheduled for a reason that they knew was going to have a whole bunch of uh, group of religious people that they are entirely incompatible with. It's not even like the Jews and Christians here, like Buddhists are. The Islamic conquest of Asia and India resulted in over 80 million deaths. So it's not just the West and Christianity that Islam hates. But um, yeah, how difficult is it to teach an 11-year-old to line up a car at a straight line and press the gas pedal?
What age did you
Turn the
start
steering
driving?
wheel just well enough to line it up and then stomp,
What
right?
age did you start driving?
Me? 14.
15. 15 was learner's permit age here in the state of Florida.
When
So
did you first
Today
get
it was
behind the wheel?
my mom
14.
gave me one instance where on the road in our neighborhood, she sat in the driver's seat. I sat on her lap. She did the pedals, but she just let me turn the wheel. And for like, I don't know, 1,000 feet, I drove, right? But not really. I mean, come on, let's be real. Um,
I drove a
it's
stick
like
at
full
7.
self-driving mode on a Tesla. My mom was there ready to intervene at a moment's notice. Her hand was like right over on the side. She, boom, grab it right away if I start going.
Did you
Lining
say
up for the
7, Pookie?
mailboxes right now, huh?
Yeah, my mom's friend, she taught me how to drive a stick at 7 years old. And
Awesome.
I was on a Saturn. I remember the type of car and everything.
I
Yeah,
lived in a Jetta, a Volkswagen.
I was in a Saturn, and my mother probably didn't even know because she was bringing. I think we went to the store and we were coming back, and then she was like, "You want to drive?" And she taught me. She did the shifting at first, and then she's like, "This is how you do it." Put on the and yeah, come to find out, I found out later on in life that that lady smoked crack. So she
Okay.
could have been just tripping out and gave a 7-year-old like put me
Definitely
behind the wheel,
was. Definitely
not on
was
her lap. She
to
put
be.
me and she got in the passenger seat. I was in the driver's seat, 7 years old, middle of a city,
Mm,
not just down the street. Uh,
yes. I was older than 7 when I was in my mom's lap, not even really fully driving. So I was like maybe 10, I think. I don't know. Old enough to know you don't, this is not, I don't know. Oh, it was
yeah,
exciting though. But I drove golf cart or go-karts before that. Does that count? All of like the IndyCar and Formula One drivers all started in childhood in like competitive go-kart racing. So I feel like that should at least partly count, right? So I
Have
did
you
a
have
few
you been paying
go-kart
attention?
laps at like 8 or 9 years old. But
Have you been paying attention to Venezuela?
I know there was an earthquake. Um,
Good
but
enough.
no, not much, not really.
No.
Um,
Okay, there's an article here, and ever since I like search Florida news, everything that has something to do with Florida just pops up in the search bar every now and then. Well, not every now and then, a lot, because
yeah.
it probably heard me say I'm looking for Florida news. Um,
Well,
Something to
once you
see what's
start
going on where
clicking on
you're at,
stuff,
Mark.
yeah,
I got to know what's going on where you're at.
yeah. I mean, I don't know. I had some. There was an Atlas V rocket launch here recently, this past week, Wednesday, and I missed it. There was a launch from Vandenberg that went up, or wait, no, Thursday, no, Wednesday. There was a
I think
launch
it was
from
Wednesday.
Vandenberg. I texted you, Pookie, that there was a launch going up from Vandenberg, and
Yeah,
then
it
I
was
got,
it was okay. It wasn't nighttime, but it was okay.
yeah, I got a notification on my phone that
Something you have
popped up.
to.
It was like Falcon 9 launch going up, and I got all excited. I thought I was, you know, behind or ahead or something. I thought I was about to miss something. I thought it was later than that. So I ran out front and there was nothing there. And I double checked and it's like, oh, that's the Vandenberg launch. I'm not going to see a California launch coming from here. Um, but then I went and I fell asleep before this one. And it was a nighttime Atlas V launch, which is really cool. They're bright, they're bigger launches than the Falcon 9s, or bigger rockets, more energy, more thrust, bigger flame and stuff, brighter in a night launch and stuff. And the direction they launch them, they go northeast. So they arc across much of the horizon from where I am. I'm a little bit north of,
More
where
thrust,
Cape
bigger
Canaveral
flame.
is. So it's like Cape Canaveral is like east southeast of where I am. So, if they go up like over there, then it's kind of like up and so all the horizon as opposed to up and then down or up and then over. So the northward launches are really cool. Um, but I missed it. And
Um,
all all Atlas V launches are built and scheduled. The Atlas V rocket is being retired, and they have all been spoken for. This one was the last Atlas V rocket to go up that will ever carry a batch of satellites into orbit. Um, the all of the remaining Atlas V rockets are spoken for to carry Boeing's Starliner capsules for their next launches. So that was the thing.
um, I
A
got
few
one of these
other
articles
things.
that you sent me. Uh, I was going to read it, and you helped me understand what I read. You sent this to me some days ago. Anyhow, it says startup activates nuclear microreactor live on stage to power an NVIDIA RTX Spark desktop PC. Firm working with NVIDIA to build a 30 MW closed off loop AI factory that doesn't use local water. Okay. Uh, Valor Atomics activated its Ward 250 nuclear micro reactor on stage during a live event where it announced its partnership with NVIDIA to power an AI factory. The company shared a portion of its live stream on the LinkedIn account where one of its team members plugged the NVIDIA RTX desktop unit into a reactor, which was turned up 37% of its full power to activate the Blackwell powered PC. The company then showed off the nuclearwebsite.com page, which it says is solely run from a server that's powered by the reactor. Its CEO, Isaiah Taylor, claims that anyone can go to the to the website, and as long as the reactor is running, the NVIDIA chip that Gabriel was just holding on stage is now plugged into a circuit on the OCS. That circuit runs through cable and into the reactor hall. In the reactor hall, 10 to 15th power uranium atoms are um, fissioning, or is that fissioning?
I
Um,
don't know. Hold up. I need to um open the article. I'm
the
still
article's
having trouble finding.
over.
Huh?
Not almost over, but yeah, I was just gonna finish the rest of the article. Um, don't know what that word is. Think that is says
Hold
the
on.
uranium atoms are fissioning every second,
Fissioning. Okay.
producing
Yeah. Sorry. Fissioning. Yeah. So
fissioning.
fissioning means that they are splitting into two atoms. The split of uranium into um oh, now I'm blanking on those names. But
I'll finish the
basically
article.
spending the uranium fuel in a nuclear reactor. Fission is the process of splitting a uranium or plutonium atom. Um, and it's
Okay.
the yeah.
Okay. Fissioning every second, producing 100 kilowatts of thermal energy. Taylor said on the stage that thermal energy is being extracted by our cooling loop, the pressurized helium system, and the hot helium is flowing into thermal electric generator. The TEG, thermal electric generator, is creating the electrical current, which is now powering NVIDIA's Blackwell chip, which is currently serving this website.
Whoa!
Although the company claims that its first startup to achieve power production, the Department of Energy says that two other firms, Deployable Energy's Unity and Tater's Nuclear Mark O, have also achieved critically, meaning these players
Criticality.
are also on their way in making electricity using small modular reactors. Many AI tech giants and hyperscalers like Amazon, Google, Microsoft, Nvidia, and Oracle have invested in nuclear technologies as early as 2024, as they projected that the AI data centers would require massive amounts of power. This has become a major national issue recently. Um,
Yeah.
I'm
Do you want me to pick up?
yeah.
Yeah, this has become a major national issue recently with data centers being blamed for massive increases in power and utility costs, as well as increased water consumption and a reduction in the quality of life in the communities that surround these developments. These problems have caused Americans to push back against these projects, with 7 out of 10 saying they do not want a data center in their backyard. This resistance has led to the delay or cancellation of at least 75 projects in just the first quarter of 2026. Hmm. The public's pushback and the resulting actions of local and state governments against power and water hungry data center projects are forcing both the private and public sectors to innovate. Aside from these SMRs, which will deliver the electricity demands of these data centers and other sites without affecting the national and local grid. Amazon, Microsoft, and Nvidia are also working on technologies that will cut down data water center use by up to 100%. Up to 100%. Yes. Okay. They are working on technologies that will cut water use from 0% up to 100%. Yeah, okay. That
So
is
tell me what
good.
I
They've
read.
given themselves the entirety of the full window, from 1% reduction in water use up to 100%. It's so broad, it's meaningless, but it sounds good to say up to 100% brings to mind people's or brings into people's mind that you're going to be waterless, right? That's not what they're saying, though, when they say that. So, yeah, just gotta point out some double speak. Every time I see it, I'm gonna point it out because I don't like
Um,
misleading language or manipulative language, obfuscating language.
yeah. Um, I kind of still not 100% know what I read. Uh, no, I heard a little bit of what you said. I'll figure it out another time. But
You
yeah, you got a
want
lot of articles you sent me here, so I'm not which
you
one's
want me
just.
to? Well, I can explain a bit more, a bit better, what they actually did here. So on stage, what they did, the nuclear microreactor that they're talking about, I mean, it's a little thing, says that they've got it. Wait, where is it? No, it's further up.
Um,
The NVIDIA chip runs through a cable into the electrical 15th 10 to the 15th power uranium atoms are fissioning every second, producing 100 kilowatts of thermal energy. So they have a thing of uranium atoms, right? And as they split into two separate atoms. I don't remember the sizes and the names of the two elements that they produce, but with each split, there is also a release of energy, right? It's not just the one atom and the other atom. There's also um, a neutron that is released and a release of heat and thermal energy. So that's what they're saying here when they say in the reactor hall, 10 to the 15th power uranium atoms are fissioning every second, producing 100 kilowatts of thermal energy. So 100 kilowatts is just a unit of measure. They're just telling you how much heat is being produced by this thing of uranium atoms doing their thing that they've got, right? Doesn't matter what that is, how that works, right? This box is outputting 100 kilowatts of thermal energy. So that thermal energy is being extracted by our cooling loop, right? So in order to keep that thing from just completely melting, you need to cool it and keep it stable, keep it at its operating temperature. So they use pressurized helium. It's interesting, but yeah, whatever. So they send cool helium in. It picks up the 100 kilowatts of thermal energy from the thing and then carries that out. And you've got hot helium coming out. So a continuous process of cold helium being fed in and hot helium with that 100 kilowatts coming out. And the hot helium is flowing into a thermal electric generator, which is basically a little, I mean, it sounds fancy, but it's basically just a layer of two different metals, and the difference in temperature across those surfaces will produce an electric voltage on um, little wires attached to each of those. So you can use the heat of the cooling system to create, um, create an electric current using these, thermal electric devices, plates. You line them up. They take a bit of the heat out of the hot helium, and that heat becomes electric potential energy because of the way these two different materials interact with each other when they're sandwiched right next together in a, particular fashion. So that electricity is what's being taken out. That's the electrical output of this whole thing, right? So that's the micro reactor. And that, if you draw a big box around everything that I just described now, that's the power generator for this thing, right? Um, and you've got a power cable output coming from those uh, thermoelectric generator component there. So they take some of the heat out, and then you go and you cool the rest of the helium out and send that now recooled helium back up and in. So it's all the same helium. It stays in a closed loop, so you don't ever, lose it. Ideally, unless you have a leak. But um, so that closed loop is within this whole box, and that's how you generate nuclear power, right? Same concept applies to nuclear power plants, right? When you have a big, gigantic industrial scale nuclear power plant, a lot of people like to or would tend to just immediately imagine, oh, there's something, almost magical about the way that the nuclear splitting of the atom creates electricity that we've discovered. And no, not really. We've just taken the heat from splitting uranium atoms and used that to replace big fires of burning coal in a boiler to create steam. And basically, nuclear power plants are just a big, fancy way to turn a steam turbine, whereas coal power plants were just a big industrial revolution age era concept, but a big way to turn a steam turbine, to turn a generator to electricity. So, yeah. So this, instead of turning a turbine, it's got those thermal electric and those plates. So that's an interesting idea. That's the new concept in this whole thing that makes the micro part of micro generator possible. Because there's no way you can make a steam turbine small enough to power a little desktop computer that you can turn on stage like that, right? Um, but it's it's really cool. It's a really cool idea. And if you can do that and have, self-contained, self-powered um, processors as the components of the data centers as opposed to the data centers composed of processors that you then need to power externally with gigantic um gigantic grid scale power plants. That's a very, I mean, that's a major paradigm change in the whole way that power plants or that data centers are built, right? If you can do that, if you can create it self-contained like that, then you can put them basically anywhere that they can fit. If they're not going to be drawing water from local resources to cool themselves, they do it with a closed loop hydrogen system or helium system, inert helium, right? Helium's not going to blow up like Hindenburg. Let's not use hydrogen. Save that to burn in the combustion turbines. Um, but um, yeah, it's that's a very interesting article, I think. And another one, though, the company claims it's the first startup to achieve power production, but the Department of Energy says two other firms, Deployable Energy's Unity and Antares Nuclear's Mark Zero, have also achieved criticality. So this one is the first to produce electricity to get electric current out of their thermoelectric generators, but two other companies have created the continuous um, fission process that is required for the nuclear part of the whole nuclear generator. They have the heat generating part, the splitting atoms. When they say criticality, they've created a self-sustaining chain reaction of these splitting atoms. And then the neutron released from one atom splits goes and causes another atom to split in that chain reaction. So when that's self-sustaining and slow, then you get a whole bunch of heat and you use that for a um, power plant. When you have that chain reaction and it's fast and goes out of control, and just that's when you get a nuclear bomb. So these are two very like completely different applications that cannot be conflated. There is no overlap. That's why Iran's 60% enriched uranium is a big
One
deal
question.
because that's not useful. That's not needed for power. You don't need that. It's you only need like 20 something is even at the high end of what you'd need, I think.
Quick question, Mark.
Hmm.
You sent me this article, and I read the first three sentences, and then I was like, "Why would he send me this?" I had no idea what any of that was. I was like, "I'll wait to get in front of him and then read this and figure out what I'm reading," because I had to bring that to you because I didn't understand anything in the beginning. So I was like, "Yeah, it's gonna go deeper into some stuff I don't understand." So yeah, thanks for sending me that.
Yeah, yeah. They basically powered a gaming desktop computer on stage by like live flipping the switch on their micro reactor there and turning that on. That's what the first part of it is. Um, well, the Valor Atomics achieved its War 250. That's just the company and what they call a reactor and AI factory, blah, blah, blah. Company shared, blah, 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 team members. But the NVIDIA RTX desktop, that's functionally, you just consider that a gaming desktop, right? So, yeah. That's basically the gist of it. You know, a gaming desktop is successfully being demonstrated with the that or is successful being used to demonstrate that um, their design is not just at the criticality level that their two closest competitors are at, but that they're actually functionally, usefully, and continuing to provide um, useful power to an application that is ongoing. You know, this website that we're reading it off of is being served by that computer, is what they said. So if that hasn't changed, then that's pretty cool. That, you know, the computer is still going, it's still being powered by this still running nuclear reactor. That's crazy. That's really cool. And no water being used from any nearby um resources, no power being drawn from the grid. I mean, presumably very
Um,
low levels of noise because, you know, you're not having gigantic turbines running like
um,
the small like generators that they line up on some of them, or even entire power plants that some companies are building just for themselves, for their own data centers.
so, so Mark, um, in the next 10 years, how is that helping me?
You personally, or me as in like the abstracted collective whole of humanity?
The second one, I
Okay.
don't remember all the words already.
Like, do you mean you, just you, or like how is that going to help humanity?
What do I do with that
What is
information
that?
that I just
What,
learned?
huh?
Said, what do I do with the information that I just learned?
Um, be informed. I don't know.
That's a good answer.
It's
Right.
always good to know what's going on, right?
Right.
These are issues that impact a lot of people. And if you're not aware of what's coming, you won't know how to feel
Prepare.
about it, right? What to think, what to what to do, right? If people weren't tuned in to AI data centers, then there wouldn't be this sort of pushback to data centers being put in people's backyards, right? Um, but
Yeah.
fortunately, they are, right? There's a lot of social media stuff, a lot of people going and showing, you know, hey, I bought this house or I built this house, bought this when the neighborhood brand new, built my dream home in this neighborhood, and now right on the other side of my backyard fence, there's this gigantic data center. And, you know, the property value now is less than when I bought it before even building the house because nobody wants to live next to this. And they don't want to live next to it anymore. You know, there's the one that I'm thinking of, and remembering when this came to mind. The guy was, you know, there were bright lights coming in over their fence into their backyard and in their back windows because you know, just security lights around the perimeter of the you know, data center that was in their backyard, right? They light up everything so that security cameras can see everything, right? And so, yeah, that just absolutely killed the resale value of the home that guy's living in, and he's trapped there. He can't live there anymore. He can't sell the house. Literally, nobody wants it at any price.
Um,
Um, it's loud and it's obnoxious all night with lights. It's almost worse at night because the lights turn on and you can't sleep. The noise never goes away, of course. That's constant. Or at least you can kind of tune that out eventually. But it's uh,
I got something here. It says, influencer claims that they were told to, end quote, stop making a fuss after their dog was allegedly stolen and sold for consumption.
oh my
The
God.
ongoing
Ew.
case has sparked an outrage amongst animal rights activists and reignited a years long debate on animal protection laws in China.
Oh,
Online famous border collie was allegedly stolen from his family's farmland and sold to a dog meat restaurant for the equivalent of roughly $25. Now his owner is fighting for justice. According to Asia One and the South China Morning Post, Chu Tao is a border collie with over 1.5 million followers on the Chinese social media platform Douyin. The dog belongs to the travel influencer Guo Guo from Henan, Henan province in China. Guo has traveled across China with the dog, making them both social media stars. According to reports, the dog was allegedly stolen on Monday, May 11th, while Guo was on a solo trip. His father, who was caring for Chutao, discovered the dog was missing from his family's yard. Surveillance footage later revealed that two unidentified people grabbed and carried Chutao away from an electric bike. Guo, Guo then ended his trip and returned home to search for his animal companion with officials and volunteers. On May 26th, Guo contacted the man he believes is responsible for the theft and offered $10,000 yuan, about $1,500 American, to return Chutao. The man claimed that he had mistaken the dog for a stray that had followed him. Guo rejected the explanation because Chutao was wearing both a collar and a GPS tracker when he went missing. In a follow-up interaction, Guo allegedly learned that the man had sold Chutao to a dog dealer for a little over $26. On May 12th, according to SCMP, the dog had since been resold, slaughtered, and eaten. When Guo confronted the restaurant worker who killed him, hoping to recover his pet's remains at least, the butcher allegedly told him what was left of the dog was thrown in the rubbish a long time ago. The alleged thief offered no apology, reporting stating, "The dog is dead, so stop making a fuss," adding, "I did not break the law." According to officials, China has no animal protection laws prohibiting the abuse of pets. The alleged theft of Border Collie was handled as a property theft, according to the Straits Times. Du Wei, a lawyer at Sichuan law firm, told SCMP that criminal theft charges can only be pursued if the stolen property is valued at more than 2,000 yuan. Establishing Chutao's value is as a celebrity dog and Guo emotional Guo's emotional loss may be difficult to prove in court, Wei suggested. The Ningling County Security Bureau has opened an administrative case. Goodwill, who has been publicly documenting the ordeal in Duyin, said he will not accept any mediation or private settlement. I intend to pursue the matter legally, he wrote in a May 31st post, thanking supporters for attention and solidarity, according to the Asia One. All right. Yeah,
That's
that
just
is
messed up.
yes, that is messed up. And he's like, we just threw the rest of the stuff away. Uh, but it's legal to eat dog is the thing I was thinking about. Uh,
Yeah,
that
I
meat
don't even know what to say.
that meat should have been sold for a higher price.
Or just, don't kidnap somebody's dog and send him to the restaurant for slaughter.
Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, I'm with you there. Yeah, don't steal someone's dog. He said that he thought it was a dog that follows him in an alley. Uh, but mm, that's also not a reason to go into someone's yard and take their dog.
Especially because he said it had a collar and a GPS tracker.
Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
with
you
no
would think that
animal
would.
protection laws, um, no pet abuse laws, it doesn't matter if there was a collar or a tag. You gotta, it sounds like you just gotta prove that that dog was worth more than 2,000 yen. If treat it like material property and not an actual living entity. Where did my flashlight go?
Um, yeah, it's just messed up, is what she's saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. Too bad it is in America because they wouldn't be able to do that. Um, in what countries is it illegal to eat dog?
I have no idea.
Because I didn't know they were just doing that. Just I thought it wasn't a thing. Let's see. What country eats dog or serves dog?
I've heard of cats being eaten as well.
Yeah, I have heard of cats, but dog haven't heard of. Oh, you can eat dog in China, Vietnam, South Korea, Indonesia, and other regions in parts of Switzerland, um, Nigeria, Ghana, and Cameroon, used to make jerky
Switzerland,
or sausage.
Switzerland surprises me. I don't know why, but that's one I didn't expect.
Switzerland tends to be very libertarian, like tolerant, liberal, as long as you're not harming another person, you know. Um, at least
Yeah,
that's my impression. I don't know. I would imagine they have pet abuse protection laws and cruelty laws and whatnot so that you know, can't steal people's pets to, to butcher. Not that that,
I got
but
another one of your articles,
um,
and I'm going to read it, and you tell me what I'm reading.
hold on, real quick though.
Come again?
Um, they're okay. Dogs are outright prohibited under Sharia law. Muslims are not allowed to have dogs as pets. They're not allowed inside their homes at all. Period. purportedly because the angel Gabriel would not enter the home of a person when a dog was in their house. So, yeah, there is a lot of abuse of dogs across the Islamic world. They are considered unclean, like on the level of pigs. So, I doubt that you have any uh, levels, instances of consumption, as you know, but abuse, violence, and this sort of like outright wanton disregard for a Christian who wants to have a dog in as a pet in their house, uh, living in a Muslim society would probably not have a pet dog for very long. Um, the dog wouldn't be eaten, it'd just be,
Oh man, I'm
gone.
sorry for laughing.
Um, this has happened a lot in European countries. There are parts of Paris that are Islamic no-go zones, and people's dogs who have strayed into such areas are never seen again. Um, yeah,
Is dog a delicacy or is just regular
no.
eats?
Dogs are like pigs in Islam. Pigs are like
Regular eats, just
the filthiest, most unclean.
cheap meat?
They have, you know what the kosher law is in
No,
Judaism?
I do not.
No? Okay, well, in the Old Testament in Judaism, there is a whole set of laws about which animals you can eat, which animals you can't, how to prepare foods, um, how, like even to the level of how to slaughter the animals. It's very restrictive over, what animals can be. Well, yeah, I already said which animals can be eaten. So among them are, the animals with cloven hooves, which chew the cud. So that includes, uh, excuse me, burping. Don't know why. Um, Cows, beef is kosher. Um, 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 cows, sheep, I believe goats. But pigs, they have cloven hooves, but they do not chew the cud. So they are considered ritually unclean in Jewish law. So they are not kosher. So there's a similar law set in um, Islam. And they have a whole, I mean, a much more massive and restrictive, well, I don't know. I shouldn't say that. I'm not super familiar with the Jewish law, to the level that I really want to be, should be. But the Islamic laws split everything into like four categories. There's entirely unpermissible, haram, and in that category, eating pigs are haram. There is a category where things are discouraged. There is a category of discouraged but permitted, um, permitted and not required but encouraged, and then outright required. Um, so pigs are outright banned. And where did I even get started on that? But yeah, the dogs, yeah. Not eaten in the
Oh yeah,
Islamic
eating
world, but
dog.
not welcome. Similarly, dogs will disappear. People's pets pet dogs will disappear if you take them into an Islamic
Quick
country.
question. What about horse? Is that
Horse,
something people eat?
horses' hooves are not cloven, so I don't think that horse is kosher.
Okay.
There are others who would be better equipped to answer that question for you, though. We should.
I bet there's probably someone out there in the world that eats horses.
Yes, actually, the
You're gonna
United
make me
States is
look it
one
up.
of the world's largest exporter of horse meat for consumption. It is a lot of European countries, interestingly enough, do eat horse. Um, yeah, here, hold on. Let's do it real quick. Because this
Um,
is such a wholesome, lovely topic to keep talking about.
uh,
Um,
I got something more interesting, but you sent it to me, so I know you thought it was interesting as well.
yeah.
I'll read it and then
China, Kazakhstan, Mexico, Russia, Italy, and Mongolia.
in
Cultural
France and Belgium,
taboos make the
Mexico,
practice rare in regions like the US and the UK, but it remains a delicacy in others. So, yeah. So, we don't tend to eat the horses that die in our. We have a big equestrian industry, but we don't tend to ask too many questions about what they do with the horse
in
carcasses after they
Argentina,
die.
and in Brazil, and Mexico, and
Yeah,
Canada,
Mexico kind of surprised me. That's kind of
and
close.
Canada. That surprised me.
Canada? I didn't see
Canada,
that either. I wonder if
particularly
it's
in Quebec.
Quebec. Oh, the French. The French are just, yeah.
But I got
But
this article here
horse.
that you sent me. I'm
Mm.
not sure, can't remember when, but actually I can look it up. Yeah, anyhow, you sent it to me on June 30th. But I got it right here, finally. It says, what to know about the decision to make Bible stories required reading in Texas public schools. Austin, Texas, Bible stories have become required reading for more than 5 million public schools in Texas. The vote of Texas students in Texas. The vote to approve the plan Friday by Republican controlled Texas State Board of Education reflects a broader conservative effort to introduce more religion into the U.S. schools. Last year, Texas became the largest state to require every classroom to display the Ten Commandments. The mandated reading reading list has drawn fierce opposition. Critics argue that it violates the constitutional separation of church and state, lack, lacks diversity, and favors Christianity over other religions. Supporters say Judeo Christian traditions were fundamental to the nation's founding and that should be reflected in the public school curriculum. Here's what to know about the reading list and the broader fight over the religion in schools. Republicans and Trump are
Actually,
pushing
when they
more.
say here's what to know, you should translate that, or you should read that as here's what we want you to think about. Dot, dot, dot. Replace that. Here's what to know. Every time you see that in any article you're reading,
Send it to me.
conservative or liberal, here's what to know. Translate that as here's what we want you to think, and then read. Okay, so here's what they want you to think. Here's what
I'm
the
just
author wants you to
I'm
think.
just the messenger, just reading
Yes,
it.
I know, I know. I just wanted to point that out because there's a lot of manipulative use of language and a lot of things that we read and see every day, and it slips by, and it's pernicious because it's really genuinely manipulative. Um, and it can be difficult to see. But once you start noticing it, once you start seeing what people are trying to do, when they use language like this, it's impossible not to see that people everywhere are trying to manipulate you. And I don't know, it's fascinating once you start to see through that, like how everybody is like pulling, trying to keep you from forming your own opinions about anything, which is dangerous. So, yeah, I would say just read that as there. And then now let's see what they want you to think about this, Pookie.
Um, anyhow,
Sorry.
Republicans and Trump are pushing for more religion into classroom. President Trump has pledged to protect and expand religious expression in public schools nationwide and Texas, a red state that is home to about 1 in 10 of all U.S. public school students, often sets the agenda. In 2023, Texas became the first state to allow the hiring of chaplain to counsel students, and the following year, the board narrowly approved the optional Bible-infused curriculum curriculum for elementary schools. Last year, Republican lawmakers required public schools to display the Ten Commandments, a measure recently upheld by a federal appeal court. Texas has about 5.5 million public schools, public school students from kindergarten through high school. The required reading list will begin to take effect in 2030. We need to focus on what our nation was founded on and not apologize for that, Susan Perez, founder of Citizen and Education Reform, told the Education Board during testimony this week. It's the truth, and we should not be afraid. um, Picture book stories for elementary kids include David and Goliath and Daniel in the Lion's Den are on the required reading list by fourth grade. Students will encounter passages about Jesus and the New Testament. One proposed Bible study. One also proposed Bible story, a picture book about Noah's Ark, was removed from the list. And first grade titles this week after a board member said it had only one page of text and voice objections to descriptions of animals killed in the flood. Sorry about that. There's like ads popping up on the text as I'm reading and stuff. Almost done, Mark. By middle school, students will be expected to read several passages about Jesus, including passages about his most famous sermon, and another where he instructs people to cast aside early anxiety and seek the kingdom of God. Another connects a reading from the book of Lamentations and its themes of destruction of Jerusalem with reading about the Holocaust. And high school students will read the parable of the prodigal son, proportions of the book of Job, or is that pronounced Job?
Job.
Okay. The book of Job and the story of Adam and Eve. Texas may be the first state to enact a required reading list that includes Bible passages. Garcia, president of National Council of Teachers of English and a Stanford University professor, said he doesn't know of any other state that has such a law. Educators at the district and school level usually choose what texts their students will read, Garcia said. Okay, almost done. Casey Meehan, director of the PEN America's Freedom to Read program, said she believes a reading list with mandatory religious texts is unique to Texas. I think there's a lot of state lists that exist that are like advised readings, suggested readings, she said. Critics say the proposed favors Christianity over other religions. The required readings rely heavily on King James Bible, one of the most popular translations, and more recent is it evangelical translations that critics argue lean too heavily on Christian interpretations of the text. Other critics question whether religious
Christian interpretations of Christian scripture? What?
a
Why should
Christians not
schools
allowed
be
to
even
interpret their
influence people?
scriptures?
They need to be
hold
teaching
on,
reading and math,
I've
not
finished
fucking
reading.
church.
It's almost done. Other critics question whether religious stories should be taught at all schools attended by thousands of children of Muslims, Buddhists, Hindu, and other faiths, and others who identify as
Yeah,
atheists and
why not?
agnostic. I do think it's disturbing that there are no texts from other religious traditions that are included, said Frank Strong,
Yes,
an
there
English
are. The
and journalism
scriptures that
teacher who co-founder of student advocacy group from Texas Freedom Read. That's all. Uh,
the Bible is the foundational scripture for Judaism, Christianity, and is a formational scripture to Islam. Muslims are called all throughout the Quran not to disregard the Bible, rather to judge the Quran by the scriptures, the people of the book, the Jews and the Christians, those who came before it. So in that article, when they talk and they show this picture up front, up top of this nice, kind of friendly
Can
old
you send me
lady
a link?
dressed in a hijab, wearing a rest in peace religious freedom with
I'll send it to you.
a tfn.org/SBOE. So she's a paid protester there. Texas Freedom Network is a political organization. It's funded by leftist progressives. If we look
I
at
sent it.
the
Um,
Texas Freedom Network key institutional funders, top of the list is the Ford Foundation, and that's just like crazy
Whatever
far
happened to freedom
progressive.
of, separation of church and state and freedom of religion? Why do they have to just
That's
show
not
Christianity stuff?
violated by any of this.
But
But
they are overtly, the government is influencing the children in a
no,
Christian
yeah,
they're
manner.
not endorsing
Therefore, it
anything.
shouldn't be
They're
fucking allowed.
introducing them to scriptures of the broadest, largest majority of the United
It doesn't
States.
matter
If
about
you,
whether it's
hey,
the
hey, hey,
largest
let me
majority or
finish
not.
my sentence, please. If you look at and include Christians, Jews, and Muslims, all of which are supposed to read, well, Jews don't like the New Testament, right? But okay, so Christians look back and accept the Old Testament. Muslims are supposed to look back and accept both the New Testament and the Old Testament, right? So none of these passages should be exceptional or objectionable to the three largest religious groups in the country. So it's not just Christianity, right there off the bat, kind of like Ten Commandments. Um, Again, all three of the
you need to
largest
know the 10th
religions
commandment.
in the country all endorse the Ten Commandments. And even beyond that, um,
What about
basically
the people that are not religious? Why should they have to listen?
every single worldview, religious or not, also on the Ten Commandments, they all endorse, agree on the last five, right? Honor your father and mother, respect your parents, to live a long and
I
prosperous
don't
life.
necessarily agree with
Thou
that one.
shalt not murder, right? Respect the sanctity of human life. Thou shalt not commit adultery. It's best not to go breaking up marriages just for fun little dalliances. Um,
I just
Thou
think
shalt not steal. Yeah. And that shall not bear false witness. Yeah, lying.
If you're
The public
practicing another
schools,
Do not
religion,
cover.
I don't
Do
think
not.
you should be
Um,
forced to learn that other religion. And that's what that
I
is.
don't,
They're just you have no
I
option to
don't,
go to this school.
I don't think that the government and the school system should be bringing religion of any sort into the school system. They're there to teach reading and math and basic skills and education. Religion has nothing to fucking do with that.
Yeah, that's why I think the parents should get to choose what they want,
Right.
religious types, what they want to be chosen. I don't think the school should be able to do that and just be
I
like,
don't
no.
influence
either.
the course of humanity more than the Bible. So to try to ignore that and treat that like that is completely unimportant, that is not relevant to anything, is to intentionally provide a poor education to children. It is
So
a selective reintroduction of history. It is revisionism to take that influence and dissect it out of any form of actual education, a
parents should be
holistic
teaching their
education.
children.
If we're just
Parents
going
should
to
be
teach
Yeah.
teaching.
math and reading well enough to finish, to bubble in all the right holes in whatever standardized test, and if you think that that's education, then
Oh,
I'm,
I hope they
I
don't do
just
that.
can't, I
I
don't
think
think
it's
that
up to
we
your
can neither.
parents. I think it's up to parents to teach their children what's right and wrong and how to properly live their life. And school
Yes,
is to be
exactly.
get an
So
education
school,
that doesn't need to have
teach them
religion.
what what
Right.
is important in the global scale of Western civilization, and let the
There's
parents go back and tell them, no, we don't believe that. That's bullshit. How easy
But
is
they're
that,
being
right?
improperly
How
influenced
easy
by
is
having it
that
shoved down their
for a
throat in
parent
school.
to just say to their child when they get home, telling them, we read 10 verses out of Matthew 6 in seventh grade, right? If you look at their curriculum, that's where the first point they actually read anything out of the Bible is
From your
seventh
news
grade.
source, I'm sure.
Huh?
Just from your news source and your point of view, you see it as right. As a
No, no,
non-religious
I'm
person,
looking at
I don't think it's right.
that same article. This is not from my news source that I think it's right. I'm looking at that news article and I'm looking at the curriculum and what are these people objecting to? What in that curriculum are these people
I don't
objecting
want my
to?
children
And that's
reading
why I'm
Bible
saying it was
school.
only
But religion at
not
school
up
is
until
necessary.
seventh grade that they are actually introduced to anything out of the Bible. And a seventh grader is definitely old enough to,
Fourth
when they
grade,
get home from class, get told by their parents that's bullshit. We don't believe that.
but when
And
they're
move
getting it
on.
crammed down their throat at school, that doesn't mean they're going to understand because it's being crammed down their throat when they go to school every fucking day.
I don't think that's what's happening. I don't think that's what's going to happen. I
They
think
said they gotta
that's an
save up
overly
basically
dramatic
like the national anthem.
mischaracterization for the sake of,
I
yeah,
think your argument's
emotional
bullshit.
argument. Hmm?
I think your argument's bullshit personally, because if they're
And
going to
that
accept one,
again,
if they're going to respect and one religion, they need to respect everybody's viewpoint. And my
why?
viewpoint is they shouldn't be teaching religion in school.
Just because you give a voice to one doesn't mean then you have to give a voice
That's
to
what they're
everyone.
doing.
No,
They're
Yeah,
giving a voice with the
basically.
King James Bible and reading stories about Jesus.
no, that was actually the NIV that the seventh graders were getting their first.
Whatever. It's still the fucking Bible. And they're
So what?
still reading it to children, and I don't think they should do it. It's wrong. They need to respect everybody
Wrong.
and not cram stuff
How?
down our children's
Wrong.
throats
How exactly and why?
That's going to be
because of the
confusing to children because children have to learn at home what their parents want them to learn at home, and then they go to school. That's going to be real
Yeah.
confusing.
Children will learn at home what they believe, what their parents believe about the passages in the Bible that they read in school.
they don't need to
So
be writing
what?
the Bible in school. What happened to separation of church and state?
Yeah, at the federal level, they are not endorsing anything. It's left up to the states. That was made very clear in the founding fathers' letters
Separation of
between each other.
separation of church and
Read the
state.
entire Constitution and come back and tell me where separation of church and state is said anywhere in
I
the
don't know.
Constitution. You
Mm,
don't know. I
I
wonder
don't
why.
believe that.
It isn't. Separation of church and state is not in the Constitution. That
I never
term
said
was
it was in the
never,
Constitution.
never put in the Constitution. You know what was in individual state
Did
constitutions
they
at
say
the time
bow
that the
down to
federal,
Jesus?
please let me finish this point. Do you know what was in the individual state constitutions at the time that the overall federal constitution was drafted? All 13 colonies required you to be a Bible believing, an outwardly, publicly professed Bible believer in order to hold public office. One state, Massachusetts, I think, was Catholic. The rest were Protestants. Um, you had to, yeah, the separation of church and state, the wall of separation of church and state was first mentioned by Thomas Jefferson writing a letter to, I'm forgetting the name of the group. It was a group of Baptists. It was a congregation, Baptist organization. They were writing Jefferson concerned about interference of the state with the affairs of the church. And Thomas Jefferson responded with reassurance that there would be as though a wall built between the church and state, not to protect the state from the church, but to protect the church from being influenced, outlawed, banned, or nationalized as it had been in England. The head of
Okay.
England, the monarch of England, is also the head of the Church of England, the Anglican Church. He's basically the Pope of the Anglican Church over there. And that is what they wanted to specifically divorce themselves from in that. They did not want to have to be Anglicans. They did not want to have um, new alternative,
Okay.
new forms
Mark.
of Anglicanism, alternative, being developed there. This is a complete misunderstanding, a complete mischaracterization of what church and state separation ever was supposed to be. A
And why should
misreading, a
non-Christian
revisionist,
people be learning about Adam and Eve?
huh?
Why should non-Christian people be learning about Adam and Eve?
That's a non sequitur. That's not in the reading list.
Yes, it was. It said something about a Bible story with Adam and Eve.
Yeah,
Did it?
that's what it said. They're gonna have to learn
Yes.
that by high school.
Where was it? I
David,
kind of
David and
stopped around
Goliath,
seventh
Daniel and the
grade
lion's
because it
den.
was just so sparse.
That
Yeah,
was
if the
our
Mm.
child's family is not
several
religious, I don't think
passages
that they
about
have to be
Jesus.
Christian. Just
At what age?
by high school, I believe.
Elementary school. Starting in
Oh yeah, the other
elementary
one was in
school.
elementary school.
I mean, picture books, so what?
So what to you?
No, so what?
It
Period.
said,
Picture books. If you're putting a picture book of Daniel in the lion's den in front of a children, like in front of children right next to Goldilocks and the Three Bears, do you think they're going to think that's religious? Do you think they're going to have respect for
Why
religion
should they have to think
because of
about it?
that?
Middle school expected to read several passages about Jesus.
Okay, you're jumping from one to the other. Okay, we're talking about Daniel and the Lion's Den picture book. Okay, If they're being exposed to that
Um,
next to what classic nursery rhymes, selected excerpts, Ba Ba Black Sheep, Hey Diddle Diddle, Hickory Dickory Dock, Humpty Dumpty, Jack and the Jill, blah blah blah, and then eventually, you get to picture book Daniels and the Lion's Den. You think that that's going to register as religious indoctrination? Do you think they're going to have any respect?
It's
Think they're
starting
going to
down
have
that
any
road.
and
respect for religion when they eventually
Mark, listen to this.
encounter like that in actual scripture if they are born into a faithful
Uh, um,
this
Go ahead,
Listen to
Pookie.
this, Mark. It says in high school, students will read the parable of the prodigal son, of the portions of the book of Job, and the story of Adam and Eve. So they'll have to know this information. I don't know if they'll be tested on it, but yeah, I just think it's not right just for them,
well, I mean,
everyone to have to
another
learn one
another factor
religion.
to consider, no child
It's
is ever left behind at this point. We have high school graduates who can't read, so odds are even still, even with this curriculum, the kids are going to get through and graduate and not be exposed to any of these just because all they have to do is sit there. And even then, they don't even need to sit there and they'll get past. So, um,
so picture
yeah,
books in elementary school and middle school, they're going to read passages about Jesus, and in high school, they're going to read the book of Job and Adam and Eve. How is that not indoctrinating our
yeah,
children to
don't
Christianity?
worry. Don't worry about tomorrow. Hold on. Don't spoil the thing, right? Let me do what I was gonna do before.
You're
Uh,
not answering my question.
Right. Well, I got your question, and I mean, it's not really meant to dig at much of any truth. It's just kind of an argumentative point. But like I said, I want to try what I was doing there. Um, the
I have another article that you sent me. Um,
okay.
yeah, we'll talk about this one. It said Muslim youth chop up a chop up 100-year-old tree. A hardline Muslim
Yeah.
youth
Hold
group
on. Wait,
chopped
wait,
up.
wait, wait, wait. No, I'm ready for the thing. I told you I was getting this ready. So, okay, two two quotes. Um, First quote. Never let the future disturb you. You will meet it, if you have to, with the same weapons of reason which arm you against the present. Okay. Um, Second quote. Can any one of you, by worrying, add a single hour to your life? Wait, do not worry. Yeah, I read the wrong verse, but it's still a good one. Which one is
Uh,
Jesus? Which one is the Roman emperor and Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius?
um, I just say it's not necessary. That's all I'm
Well,
saying.
it's an important question
Wait,
because
no, what's
I
your
agree with
question?
Pookie. It's
you're extracting meaning out of words. What
Wait,
is
no,
being
what was the
taught?
question again?
Which one of those
Uh,
quotes was from Jesus and which one was from the Roman Emperor Marcus Aurelius?
um, as soon as you started on the next one, I didn't remember the last one.
Never
I
let the
didn't know
future
if you,
disturb you. You will meet it if you have to with the same weapons which arm you today against the present.
yeah, if I don't write it down, I don't
Or
even remember
can
what
any
it
one
you
of
just
you, by
said.
worrying, add a single hour to your life? Jesus or
You
Marcus?
never know with that one.
Do they?
You don't
Yeah.
know how long you're gonna live, so you don't know how much longer you're gonna live longer than that moment.
So
Don't
you
worry
think
about the
that one has a
future.
good point?
Don't worry about the future.
You think that has a good point? Do you think that's a good message?
Uh, Message? I don't know. I already forgot what I said. So,
Don't worry
Mark, my
about the
memory is
future.
horrible. There you go. Yeah, you said someone said that. Oh yeah.
Is that a good thing to teach to children?
I don't think so. I don't think they should have to force
Don't
learn
worry. You
religion.
think you think we shouldn't teach children not to worry?
Uh, no.
We should just let them get all anxious, let them flip out, freak out. Don't, you know, let their mental health deteriorate.
What
I
does that
wasn't
have to
taught
do
it.
with them reading Adam and Eve and Noah's Ark?
That's not what I was asking. That's a non
I
No,
sequitur.
know, I'm just,
No, that's a non sequitur. That's not the question. That's not an
that's not what
um,
answer.
there's,
You
children aren't
don't
gonna
want to
be
answer the
what you were
question
saying.
because you know the answer.
I'm answering the
no,
question.
I don't give a shit about the answer, to be honest with you. Because, yes, I do think that people need to worry about the future.
Yeah, I don't see a
Don't
lot of
worry
people
about
like you
things you
said.
cannot control, is the message.
Mm,
It's obvious that
yeah,
Pookie and I are not going to change your mind on this, and you're just going to keep arguing your point. So,
I mean,
yeah. I'm not looking to change your mind. I'm just trying to let you
Pookie
know because I
just
have children,
seems
and I don't think
I'm
stoned
not,
it's
and can't
I
remember. You're
I
just
have
um.
you're
children as
just
well, and I
you're
don't want
just
them learning this in
hostile.
school. I don't want my grandson learning
I
this in
know, I
school.
know, I know. I don't care. You're just hostile and you're not the person I'm talking to at this point. And Pookie,
Um.
that a good
What's your
message to teach
question?
children. Don't worry. You think we should teach them to worry or let them just worry? You know what? I mean,
I
when I
mean, I
said
went to schools for generations and schools and other kids that went to those schools. They're not bad people. A lot of people have grown up and done great things, and we weren't forced to do that. That's
that's
not going to
again, that's
happen
not
to
a
everyone
question.
to be
That's not a
anxious.
question I asked. I know that good people have come out of the school system in the past. The question is, do you think it's a bad thing to try to teach children not to worry about things that they cannot control?
I wouldn't say it's a bad
Get
thing,
it, get
but
it,
I
Andrea.
just don't think
What's
they
up?
should have to be forced to. Go ahead, Andrea.
No, 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 no. I asked you a question and you just
He
keep
doesn't want me to
I said
dodging the
talk
answer.
because he doesn't want
I
to hear what I
answered
got to
it.
say.
Well, I know what you're
I
gonna
don't think
say.
it's a bad thing, like you said, and I just don't think they should be forced to learn it. It isn't a bad thing, but they shouldn't have to be forced to learn it.
I mean, forced to learn it. You don't think that they should be taught it, even be taught it, not forced to learn it. Obviously, no child is going to get left behind. So whether they learn it or not, they're going to graduate. So that's not an argument. But not taught it, you don't think that kids should even be try to teach them, hey, don't
There's
worry about what's out of your control. I mean, that's genuinely the foundational core concepts of cognitive behavioral therapy is like, stop, take a step back. Is this something I can have control over right now or not? And if it is, then deal with it. If it's not, then don't worry about it. This is where that came from. This plus Marcus Aurelius, if anybody
um
watching was wondering.
having children will change your life.
Yes, it
Uh,
will.
just gonna
And
put it
you
like
won't want
that.
other people teaching your children stuff that you don't want them to know.
Which that's oh my God, that is so ironic coming from you.
Hypothetically
Oh,
speaking, if they were teaching
so
Muslim,
much
I mean, in
anti-Christian stuff
Islam,
being put into schools,
You
put
just want
into
to call me hostile and not listen to a word that I have to say because you know that I have a differing opinion than you.
I mean, I know
You
what your
get hostile
opinion
about
is.
stuff all the time.
I was trying to get an opinion out of Pookie, and I know what yours is going to be. If you want
He
to
said
give
the
it right
same
here,
thing I did. I'm just saying it louder.
you think,
Yeah.
I mean, if you're gonna, are you gonna surprise me with the answer that you're giving? I didn't hear what you said. I don't know. What is, what I missed? Okay, so I'm sorry I missed, I guess. What did you say?
I'm
Was it?
saying the same
So
thing as
if
Pookie is I don't think other people should be pushing religion on my children or my grandchildren or anyone else.
They're not
They're
pushing,
reducing
they're
it
just
to
exposing. And they're going to get
hypothetically
exposed
speaking,
eventually either
I
way.
would
We're
prefer
living in
that
a
they don't
country
get
that is
exposed in
saturated
school.
with Christians. They're going to hear Christian messages, they're going to hear about Christianity
what if they
eventually.
were to change it to practicing Islam? That isn't something
Right.
everybody needs to know, and you would change your mind.
You
Hypothetically
you
speaking, you'd be
No,
like, "No, I
no.
wouldn't."
Teach the Quran, teach the Sunnah, teach the Hadith.
but they're
Yes,
coming from
teach them.
that viewpoint.
Show
Therefore, they're going
people
to teach them all the
how
stuff you disagree
crazy
with.
all of the Quran is, how poorly compiled it is. Teach
But they're
people
not
the
going to deliver it
biography
that
of
way.
Muhammad and how
Ugh.
bad of a person he was. Teach
But
people
that's not
about
how it will be
Islam.
delivered because they're going to show it in
Yeah.
picture books and it's going to be all nice and sweet and pretty and packaged so that it looks nice.
And by the time they get to middle school and high school, they'll be reading the full text right out of the scriptures, like we do out of the Bible. And they will see exactly that you literally cannot open the Quran to any chapter and read it and not
How
eventually see Allah cursing people, Allah telling people how detestable they are, people
and
getting
Jesus and God throw people into hell.
people chose to go to hell by rejecting
If something
Jesus.
was coming. uh,
You
yeah,
just
I
want to
don't
twist
think.
it so it sounds nice. That's
No,
the same
Yeah,
thing they would
no,
do if
you
they
want
were
to
teaching
twist it so
Islam.
it sounds horrible. You want to twist it so it sounds
I just think
judgmental,
any
and you want to
religion.
have your way. Yeah, you want to have your way. Your cake,
Just like you do.
eat it too. No, I've got the message. I
You
read it.
have
I
not,
know
and
what
Oh
you
it.
do
shit!
I
not
know
have
what
an
it
open
says.
mind. You do not have an open mind when it comes to
I've
your
gone
faith.
back and forth through this
Yeah, not
whole
to your
thing.
face.
I've been there and back again.
When it
You
comes to your
don't
faith,
know
you
my
do not have
story.
an
You
open
don't know
mind.
you don't
You,
know my life. You
No,
don't know
not
the
at all.
story of my beliefs. So don't try to make
the
assumptions about
impression
that.
that you give is that you will not compromise on your beliefs whatsoever and everyone else is wrong.
Uh, my position is that I will not compromise on my beliefs, and my beliefs make a truth claim, and that truth claim by necessity is exclusive.
Uh,
So
Oh,
yeah,
I
Kate.
get
Ah,
called hostile because of my beliefs,
huh?
but you called me hostile for my beliefs, yet you will be very hostile in defending yours.
How was I hostile? I mean, I knew what you were going to say. I was trying to press Pookie to get an answer that I was not hearing, and you
He
wanted
answered
to
you.
interrupt or interject, not interrupt. Sorry. You were very polite, and I was maybe a little.
I know I wasn't very polite, I'm sure,
Well,
but
you had your hand raised, and I
you're
was
very
kind of rude
honest.
when I dismissed you, brushed you off, and you did not interject anyway. So you were polite. I will say that. Um,
I can't say that
politer
I
than
was
I
polite through the
was.
whole thing.
Politer than I was. But um yeah, I mean,
Compromising on your faith was the
you
question,
cannot
basically.
have a sincere belief in something and then say that um but these other things that also make truth claims that are contradictory to what I say I truly and genuinely believe. You can't say those are also true. Um that's the nature of a truth. It is exclusive. It has to be. There has to be a boundary around what it is. Otherwise, it is nothing.
And Islam believes that theirs is the truth too. But
Yeah,
you hate them all the hate on them
I
all
do
the
not
time.
hate them. I do not hate them. I do not
Just
hate
dislike.
Muslims. I do
You
not
very
hate
strongly
Muslims.
dislike and
I
do not talk nice about them ever.
No, it's not the Muslims, it's Islam. It's Islamism and those who take it to the extremes.
Hmm.
Okay? It is a no, it is an entire whole overarching
My next
I'm just
article
saying
is
pol-
they believe in that as strongly as you believe in Jesus.
yes, and we should someday compare and contrast Muhammad and Jesus, and you can judge for yourself
I
which
probably
you
won't agree
think.
with any of it.
I don't
I
care if
don't even
you
pay
agree
attention
with
to it.
any of it. I just want to see if you think any differently about the two after some compare and contrast and some serious reading of both side by side. Read some of the gospel, read some of the Quran, and see if you think that they are of equal merit.
That I
I
don't
don't
know
care that
because I
much
don't.
to read that Bible. I
Well,
mean, read the
you
Quran.
don't, you can't make statements about anything being equally valid, equally better, or whatever. Like
I'm
if
not
you,
saying they're equally anything. I'm just
no,
saying they believe
I,
as
I
much
make the
as you do.
statement.
right. And they believe their belief has nothing to do with my truth claim. They can be wrong if they want to.
And my truth claim doesn't change yours in any way, shape, or form.
What is
But we
your
don't have
truth
to agree
claim?
on it.
Last I understood, you were agnostic, which is like the ultimate
Yes,
wishy-washy of nothingness. Like, well,
prove
I
it.
don't, I
That's
don't
my
No
point.
believe. Yeah,
I don't know if there's a God or not. Prove it.
prove it.
I
Hmm.
mean,
science.
That's an interesting
Um,
challenge. That's fascinating. That's
um,
therefore, I have not seen proof. Therefore, I do not have the faith that you do. I don't deny
hmm.
that it might be true,
well,
but I don't know that it is. Therefore, I'm agnostic.
yes. Well, I mean, I will have to first off start out and just off the bat admit before, and this will probably have to be a whole dedicated thing because I
I
am
got
definitely
another.
not
I got
prepared.
another article here. It doesn't have to be a thing.
No, 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 no. I am drained after
I
this,
am
and
too.
I am not prepared to go off into that. But if Andrea, if you are throwing down a gauntlet there,
No, I'm just saying that
no,
personally, I don't, there is no
well,
proof.
no,
There is no actual lack of proof. I don't know. It might be true. It might not
there
be true.
there is no lack of proof is a double negative.
You know what I meant.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I get it. Nothing conclusive in either direction.
Right.
Can
That's what I
I
was trying to
make
say.
an
You speak much more
observation though?
eloquently than me. What's that?
Um, by saying that, by making that statement and claim, it forms a sort of a tacit admission that there is a need, a possibility, an inability to explain lacking a supernatural creator. There is no conclusive disproof, right? No definite not God, right? So I think that begs a very interesting question because really, hmm,
That's where your
so,
faith comes in because you believe it.
huh?
You have faith that that's where your faith comes in because you believe that there is a God.
Well, I've gone back and forth on that, and I have come back to it in I have gone to no. and I have come back to Bible God specifically. Um, and that journey, there and back again, how Tolkien of me, right?
Yes.
It's not something that I wanted to share today. Um, but I
Don't have
mean,
to get into it if you don't want to.
no, it's not that I don't
Of your
want to,
beliefs
just that I was not, I don't know.
prepared.
Well, that, and I don't think that necessarily anybody and everybody who's watching this is interested in listening to my personal testimony of
Hey,
Jesus
that's what they're here
Christ.
for.
And
Your
that's kind
opinion.
of a
We're
whole,
here for your opinion.
right. But that's a thing that is a turnoff to a lot of people, and I don't necessarily want to drag that into this channel um
Okay.
if that's not something that I don't know. Okay, but so agnosticism is kind of, there's a tacit admission, right? God or no God, right? No God can't be disproven, right? You can't
That's
affirm a
true.
negative. So
That's
no
right.
God is something that I can't affirmatively address off the bat. That's not a starting point, okay?
Okay.
Um, so then the question becomes God, right? If God, then which God and why, right?
I was just
Okay.
gonna say that. Why?
Yeah, which God and why? So that is the journey that I kind of took. Coming back to
So
Christianity, which God and why? And um
basically, everything other than Christianity is wrong, and Christianity is right. That's the consensus you've come to, right?
I'm sorry, I missed the beginning of that.
Oh, you're gonna have to wait because I don't remember that.
I mean, something
Mm,
about Christianity being true and everything else.
Can I ask you a question, Mark?
Yes.
Was there like
I'm ringing a bell.
one particular thing that brought you back to your faith and believing? Like,
Um, I mean, my rock bottom um was kind of a wake-up call that life was not working without some sort of compass. And it was not going to be a compass of my own design, right? Because
okay,
basically, the way I see it, atheism kind of, if you, what is like, so what is the role of God in a belief system? Is basically as a conceptually, you can say a creator, right? But functionally, in a day-to-day life, it functions as a lawgiver, right? A definer of a moral compass. Um, and
remind me to come back to that.
without without a God external to me, I was coming to the repeated conclusion that
Thumbs up,
the
everybody.
moral compass,
You love me.
defining a moral compass, or
Do it for the love.
maybe more precisely, just foregoing any moral compass, right? Just don't, why? right? If God is the definer of a moral compass, and if no God, then why moral compass?
Oh,
Um,
uh,
it
yeah,
just it
man.
wasn't either way, it wouldn't work. It wasn't tenable. And it was leading to my destruction. I was not going to um I was not planning to survive. I'll
Gotta get
just
high
say
for some shit like this.
I am yeah, I
Yeah,
so
it's
um
fucking awesome, bro. Yeah,
that
everybody, believe what you want to believe. Uh,
well
but you're wrong. Yeah.
me I'm
Oh
wrong.
no. I was just telling people, believe what you want to believe. But if it isn't Christianity, it isn't right. Uh, not my words. Anyhow, I got another article here. Oh no, you said
Well,
you're
that's
ready to
kind of
go.
an
Hey, everybody.
oversimplification and an abrupt
Um,
shift from a very
love you guys out there. Love you guys. Thanks for watching every Wednesday and Saturday. It feels like we have a great audience and we enjoy having this great audience. If you
pretty
missed any,
consistent numbers, it seems. We've kind of
yeah, if you missed some of it,
found
you can
our
go back to the
people.
beginning. Go
We've
that's back to
found
the
our
beginning,
people.
just slide the little bar, and then yeah, watch it all over again. And there was some shit we talked about that you might have missed. But thanks for watching, and
Happy 4th of
I
July.
hope every yeah, that too. I forgot it was Fourth of July. I don't celebrate that, uh, and it isn't religious or political. Uh, oh, that is something to get into. You celebrate the Fourth of July, Mark?
I am a patriot. I
All right.
celebrate the
Well,
4th of July. I am a Christian, and that is separate from it. And there is an increasing move to use the term Christian nationalism, and I find that concerning, but that's a discussion for another time. But I just want to toss in there that my patriotism is its own thing. My celebration of the 4th of July is its own thing. And Christianity is not a political movement, and it shouldn't be. And so those who are trying to co-opt it for those reasons are assholes.
uh,
But yes, don't assume that I'm waving this flag just because I love Jesus, right? That's no. But yeah, I um Team USA all the way. Best country in the world to have been born in at the best time in history to be born in it. Um, especially with skin this color. But that's another thing. Overall,
America won. We won our last game. America, if you're paying attention. Um,
in America. Where's my
I
other
don't
book?
know if you guys out there watching FIFA, but I do. I
I
check
have
it out every
another,
now and then, and
another.
it'd be so surprising if Mark had a flag from somewhere else. Highly doubting it, but yeah, you got a little one and a big one.
And the Gadsden. Yes.
And
It
the
What's
other one
has,
that?
next to it.
it was flown on the flagship of the first flagship of the Continental Navy.
Mm,
It's historical. It's not a Tea Party thing, not a MAGA thing. It's
uh,
history. History.
uh, when you say,
Am I
um,
obnoxious enough yet?
no, not yet, not
No,
quite.
not
Uh,
quite.
you're coming close though. Everybody out there,
No,
thanks
not
for watching. Of course, you guys love Mark, and you guys should love Andrea. So we'll be back on
everybody
Wednesday.
loves Andrea. Who are you?
At
We'll
least
be
my
back on
hair.
Wednesday. And yeah, love her hair. we gotta go.
Yeah, everybody hug your cats and dogs tonight. Keep them safe.
Yeah,
Yes, definitely.
yeah. I don't have one, but my mom has one, and yeah, that's what she plans on doing. I'm hoping because last night she was tripping out, and there was a lot of fireworks last night as well. But yeah,